Story 1. My boyfriend said in front of his friends that if I were younger and prettier like his coworker, he would marry me. And that's why he's not sure if he wants to marry me, even after 5 years of dating. My name is Victoria, and I thought I knew everything about the man I was going to marry in 4 months. 5 years together, 8 months engaged, and suddenly he's acting like a stranger who can't decide if he wants to spend his life with me. It started 3 weeks ago with little things. When I showed him the revised guest list, down to 180 people like he requested, he just stared at it and said, "That's still a lot of people." When the florist called asking for final approval on the centerpieces we'd already chosen together, he told me to handle it alone. "You know, I trust your judgment," he said, but there was something hollow in his voice. The venue coordinator called yesterday about the final headcount deadline. I found him on the couch scrolling through his phone, and when I mentioned we needed to confirm numbers, he barely looked up. "Can we talk about this later? I'm tired." But he wasn't tired enough to stop scrolling for another hour. This morning, I woke up to find him already dressed for work, coffee in hand, avoiding eye contact. "We need to discuss the catering menu," I said, following him to the kitchen. He grabbed his keys from the counter and muttered something about being late. "We can handle it this weekend," he said. But last weekend, he'd said the same thing about the photographer. "I've been planning this wedding mostly alone for 2 months now. Every decision gets delayed, every conversation postponed. When I bring up the honeymoon to Jamaica we booked last year, he changes the subject. When I mention the marriage counseling session his sister recommended just to make sure we're on the same page before the big day, he says we don't need it. Everything's fine. He keeps saying I'm just stressed about work. But work has always been demanding. And he never used to retreat like this. The man who proposed to me 8 months ago in front of my entire family at Christmas dinner has become someone who flinches when I mention our future. The man who used to plan surprise weekend trips now acts like planning our life together is a burden. Last night I tried to recreate our first date Chinese takeout and a movie on the couch. I thought maybe if we could reconnect without the wedding pressure, we'd find our way back to each other. Instead, he spent most of the evening checking messages from coworkers and barely touched his meal. "Is there something you want to tell me?" I finally asked during the movie credits. He looked at me, then really looked at me, and for a moment I saw something that terrified me. Doubt, hesitation, like he was seeing me clearly for the first time and wasn't sure he liked what he found. "No," he said quietly. "Everything's fine. But everything isn't fine and we both know it. The invitations are already sent out. Elegant ivory cards with gold lettering that took us 3 hours to pick at the stationery store. My dress is hanging in the closet. A size 6 ivory silk gown with delicate beading that my mother cried over when I first tried it on. The reception hall is booked. The band confirmed. The flowers ordered. 200 people are planning to celebrate our love story in 16 weeks. And yet the groom can't seem to discuss any of it without looking like he wants to bolt. I keep thinking about how he used to talk about our future. He'd mention the house we'd buy, how many kids we wanted, where we'd retire. He'd trace patterns on my back while we lay in bed Sunday mornings and describe the kitchen we'd renovate together, the garden we'd plant, the trips we'd take for our anniversary. Those conversations feel like they happen to different people. Now, when I mention looking at houses in better school districts, he goes quiet. When I bring up opening a joint savings account like we planned, he says we should wait until after the honeymoon. When I suggest we start trying for a family next year like we used to talk about, he pretends he didn't hear me. I've started keeping a mental list of all the conversations we're not having. The photographer wants to know our preferred poses for couple shots. The band needs our first dance song choice. The travel agent is waiting for our honeymoon preferences beyond somewhere tropical. My maid of honor keeps asking when we're doing the bachelor and bachelorette parties. Soon, I keep telling everyone, we'll figure it out soon. But soon never comes because the man I'm supposed to marry in 4 months acts like planning our wedding is a chore he keeps hoping will go away. The man who once surprised me with weekend trips to wine country now can't commit to choosing between chicken or salmon for our wedding dinner. Tomorrow we meet with Pastor Williams for our final counseling session. I've been looking forward to it for weeks, hoping that talking through our concerns with someone neutral might help us reconnect. But as I watch him scroll through his phone again tonight, avoiding another conversation about seating arrangements, I wonder if he'll even show up. The dinner was supposed to fix everything. I made his favorite meal, herb-crusted salmon with roasted vegetables, and set the table with our good china. I lit candles, opened a bottle of wine we'd been saving, and changed into the blue dress he always said brought out my eyes. I thought if we could just reconnect without the wedding dress hanging over us, we'd remember why we fell in love. He came home from work looking exhausted, loosening his tie as he walked through the door. "This looks nice," he said, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. We sat across from each other at our small dining room table, and I tried to keep the conversation light. I asked about his day, mentioned a funny story my coworker had told me, talked about anything except centerpieces and seating charts. But halfway through dinner, I couldn't hold back anymore. "We need to talk about what's been happening," I said, setting down my fork. "You've been distant for weeks. Every time I bring up the wedding, you shut down. If you're having second thoughts, I need to know." He stopped chewing and looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The candles flickered between us, casting shadows that made his face look older, more tired than I'd ever seen it. "I don't know if I'm ready for this," he finally said. The words hit me like a physical blow. 5 years together, 8 months engaged, 16 weeks before our wedding day. And now he doesn't know if he's ready. Ready for what exactly? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Marriage, all of it. The commitment, the expectations, the... He gestured vaguely at the space between us. The forever part. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. What changed? You proposed to me. You got down on one knee in front of my entire family and asked me to spend my life with you. What's different now? He ran his hands through his hair, a gesture I'd always found endearing, but now seemed like he was trying to escape from his own thoughts. "The guys at work have been talking about marriage, about how it changes everything. How you lose your freedom, your identity. How women change after the wedding, become demanding and controlling." "The guys at work," I repeated, unable to believe what I was hearing. "You're getting marriage advice from your single coworkers?" "It's not advice exactly. It's just perspective. They've seen their friends get married and watched how everything changed. How the woman they fell in love with becomes someone different once she has that ring and that commitment." I stared at him across our half-eaten dinner, at this man I thought I knew completely. "Do you think I'm going to change? After 5 years together, do you really think a marriage certificate is going to transform me into some demanding monster?" He couldn't meet my eyes. "I don't know what to think anymore." The conversation spiraled from there. He talked about feeling pressured, about wondering if we were getting married because it was expected rather than because we truly wanted to. He mentioned friends who'd gotten divorced, statistics he'd heard about marriage failure rates, fears about becoming trapped in something he wasn't sure about. I tried to reason with him, to remind him of all the conversations we'd had about our future, all the plans we'd made together, but every point I made seemed to bounce off him like he'd already made up his mind to doubt everything we'd built together. We barely touched our food after that. The wine went flat, the candles burned down to stubs, and we sat in increasingly uncomfortable silence until he finally got up and started clearing the table. "I think I need some space to think," he said as he loaded the dishwasher. "Space to think about what?" "About whether you want to marry me after 5 years together. About whether I'm ready for marriage at all." That night he slept on the couch. I lay awake in our bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to process what had just happened. The man I was planning to spend my life with had essentially told me he wasn't sure he wanted to spend his life with me. The next morning, he was gone before I woke up. He'd left a note saying he was going out with friends and would be home late. As I sat alone at our kitchen table with my coffee, I realized he'd rather spend Saturday discussing our relationship with his coworkers at a bar than working through our problems with me. The call came at 2:47 on Sunday afternoon. I was folding laundry, trying to keep busy while he was still out with his friends from the night before. When my phone rang, the caller ID showed a number I didn't recognize, but something made me answer. "Victoria, this is Mike from your fiancé's accounting department." I knew Mike vaguely. They'd worked together for about 3 years, and I'd met him at a few office parties. He sounded uncomfortable, like he'd rather be anywhere else than making this phone call. "Hi, Mike. Is everything okay?" There was a long pause. "Look, I've been debating whether to call you all morning, but I think you deserve to know what happened last night." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" "We were all at Murphy's pub. You know, the place downtown with the pool tables. Your fiancé had quite a few drinks and the conversation turned to relationships, marriage, that kind of thing. Some of the guys were giving him grief about settling down, asking if he was really ready to give up the single life." I sat down heavily on the couch, my hands suddenly shaking. "What did he say?" Mike took a deep breath. He said, God, I hate repeating this, but he said, "If you were younger and prettier, like his coworker Emma, he'd marry you without hesitation." He said, "That's why he's not sure about the wedding, because he keeps wondering if he could do better." The words hit me like a slap. I felt the blood drain from my face, and for a moment, I couldn't breathe. He said, "What?" "I'm sorry, Victoria. I really am." Most of us were shocked. It was cruel and completely out of line. But Tom just kept going, talking about how Emma is only 25 with this perfect figure, while you're 31. And Mike's voice trailed off. "While I'm 31 and what?" I managed to ask, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. He said you're getting older, that you've put on weight since you got engaged, and that sometimes he wonders what it would be like to be with someone younger and more attractive. He was comparing you to Emma all night. Her body, her face, her age. It was disgusting. I felt like I was going to be sick. This was the man who'd told me I was beautiful every day for 5 years. The man who'd proposed to me in front of my family, who'd promised to love me for better or worse. And he was sitting in a bar with his friends, discussing my physical shortcomings and comparing me to a 25-year-old coworker like I was a used car he was considering trading in. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Because you deserve better," Mike said firmly. "Because what he said was wrong, and because I have a daughter and I'd want someone to tell her if her fiancé was talking about her that way." The other guys were uncomfortable, too, but nobody else had the guts to call you. After I hung up, I sat on the couch in stunned silence. Emma. I knew who she was. She'd started in his department about 6 months ago, fresh out of college with bright eyes and an enthusiasm for everything. I'd met her at the company Christmas party and she'd seemed nice enough. Young, pretty, bubbly in that way that only comes with being 25 and having the whole world ahead of you. I'd never felt threatened by her because I trusted him completely. Now I realized how naive that had been. The front door opened at 6:30 and he walked in looking slightly hungover but trying to appear normal. "Hey babe," he said, kissing my cheek like nothing had happened. "Sorry I'm late." We ended up watching the game after lunch. I stared at him. This man who'd spent the previous night telling his coworkers that I wasn't young enough or pretty enough for him, who'd been comparing my 31-year-old body to that of a woman 6 years younger, who'd been questioning whether he could do better than the woman he'd asked to marry him. "How was your night?" I asked quietly. "Fine, just the usual guy stuff. You know how it is." But I didn't know how it was, because I'd never sat around with my friends discussing whether my fiancé was attractive enough for me or whether I could find someone better looking or younger or more successful. I'd never reduced the man I loved to a checklist of physical attributes and found him lacking. "Did you talk about us?" I asked. He shrugged, opening the refrigerator. "Not really. Just mentioned the wedding stress. You know." He was lying to my face with the same mouth that had told a group of his coworkers that I wasn't pretty enough for him. The same voice that had promised to love and cherish me was the one that had spent hours the night before cataloging my physical flaws compared to a woman 6 years younger. I wanted to confront him right then, to scream and cry and demand explanations. But I also wanted to see how deep this betrayal went, how long he would continue lying to me while planning our life together. So I just nodded and went back to folding laundry, my hands shaking as I tried to process that the man I was going to marry in 15 weeks thought I wasn't good enough for him. The call from his mother came Tuesday morning while he was at work. I almost didn't answer. I'd been avoiding most phone calls since Mike's revelation, not trusting my voice to sound normal. But something about seeing her name on the screen made me pick up. "Victoria, honey, I need to talk to you," she said, and I could hear tears in her voice. "Can we meet for coffee today?" It's important. An hour later, I sat across from her at our usual cafe downtown, watching this woman, who'd been like a second mother to me for 5 years, struggle with words she clearly didn't want to say. She kept fidgeting with her coffee cup, starting sentences and stopping, looking everywhere except at my face. "I heard about what happened Saturday night," she finally said. "My son came by Sunday evening, and he was drunk and rambling about work stress and wedding pressure. But then he started talking about this Emma girl." She shook her head. "I can't stay quiet about this anymore." "What did he tell you?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. "He's obsessed with her, Victoria. Not just attracted. Obsessed. He talks about her constantly when he thinks no one's listening. He mentions what she wore to work, what she said in meetings, how she laughs at his jokes. He compares everything to her. The restaurants she likes, the movies she mentions, even the way she does her hair." I felt that familiar sick feeling in my stomach. "How long has this been going on?" "Months since she started working there. At first, I thought it was just a harmless crush. You know, the kind married men sometimes get. But it's gotten worse. He follows her on social media, knows her schedule, even knows what kind of coffee she orders. He's learned things about her that he has no business knowing." She reached across the table and took my hand. "Nothing physical has happened. I truly believe that. But emotionally, he's already left your relationship. He's building a fantasy around this girl who probably has no idea how he feels." I thought about all the evenings he'd come home distracted. All the times he'd mentioned Emma said this or Emma thinks that in casual conversation. I thought he was just being friendly with a new coworker. I'd never imagined he was cataloging every detail of her existence. "There's more," his mother continued, her voice getting softer. "He told me Saturday night that he keeps wondering what it would be like to start over with someone young and fresh, someone without the history and expectations you two have built up. He said being with you feels like wearing old clothes, comfortable, but not exciting anymore." The metaphor cut deep. After 5 years together, I'd become old clothes to him. Familiar, reliable, but not something that made his heart race anymore. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, echoing the question I'd asked Mike. Her eyes filled with tears. "Because I see my own marriage in this situation. Your father-in-law did the same thing to me when our son was 15. He found a younger woman, spent months obsessing over her, comparing me to her, making me feel like I wasn't enough. I stayed silent, hoped it would pass. Thought if I just tried harder to be what he wanted, he'd remember why he chose me. What happened? He left us for her. And you know what? That relationship lasted exactly 8 months before she found someone even younger and more exciting. He came crawling back. But by then I'd realized I deserved better than someone who saw me as a consolation prize." She squeezed my hand harder. "I won't watch another woman go through what I did. You deserve someone who thinks you're the most beautiful woman in the world, not someone who's settling for you while fantasizing about someone else." "He's your son," I pointed out. "Why would you tell me this instead of talking to him?" "Because I've tried talking to him. I've told him he's being disrespectful to you, that he's sabotaging a good relationship for a fantasy. But he just gets defensive and claims I don't understand. He says Emma represents possibilities, while you represent responsibilities." The word responsibilities stung almost as much as everything else. I wasn't his partner anymore. I was a burden he felt obligated to carry. "I love my son," she continued. "But I love you too. And I won't watch him destroy you the way his father tried to destroy me. You're 31 years old, Victoria. You're beautiful, intelligent, successful, and kind. Don't waste any more time on a man who can't see your worth." After she left, I sat in the cafe for another hour, processing everything she told me. The man I was supposed to marry in 14 weeks wasn't just having cold feet about marriage. He was actively fantasizing about being with someone else. While I'd been planning our future, he'd been imagining his life with a 25-year-old coworker who probably saw him as nothing more than a friendly older colleague. I thought about all the signs I'd missed, all the conversations about Emma that I'd dismissed as harmless workplace chatter. I remembered how his face would light up when he mentioned her. How he'd started paying more attention to his appearance on workdays. How he'd become critical of little things about me that had never bothered him before. His mother was right. He'd already left our relationship emotionally. I was just the last one to know. I waited until Thursday evening to confront him. I'd spent 2 days rehearsing what I would say, how I would handle his lies and denials. But when he walked through the door that night, looking tired but trying to smile at me like nothing had changed, all my careful planning fell apart. "We need to talk," I said before he could even set down his briefcase. Something in my tone must have warned him. His shoulders tensed and that fake smile disappeared. "About what? About Emma?" He went very still. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he slowly set his briefcase down and turned to face me fully. "What about Emma? About what you said at Murphy's pub on Saturday night. About how if I were younger and prettier like her, you'd marry me without hesitation. About how you've been wondering if you could do better." His face went white, then red. "Who told you that? Does it matter? Is it true?" He opened his mouth, closed it, then ran his hands through his hair in that gesture that used to seem endearing but now just looked like guilt. "It's not what it sounds like." "Then explain it to me. Explain how telling your coworkers that your fiancé isn't young enough or pretty enough for you is not what it sounds like." I was drunk. The guys were giving me grief about settling down, and I said some stupid things. "It doesn't mean anything." Stupid things. I stepped closer to him. "You reduced our 5-year relationship to my appearance compared to a 25-year-old. You told a room full of people that I'm not attractive enough for you. How is that just a stupid thing?" He started pacing around our living room, avoiding my eyes. "You're taking this out of context. I was processing some feelings about the wedding, about commitment. It wasn't about you specifically. It was absolutely about me specifically. You used my name. You compared my body to hers. You talked about my age like it was a defect. I didn't mean it that way." "Then how did you mean it? Because from where I'm standing, it sounds like you've been fantasizing about being with someone else while planning to marry me." Finally, he stopped pacing and looked at me directly. "Fine. Yes. I've noticed Emma. She's attractive. She's young. She's different from what I'm used to, but I've never acted on it. I've never even talked to her outside of work." "But you've thought about it." Yes. I've thought about what it might be like." The admission hung in the air between us like a physical thing. After 5 years together, after 8 months of engagement, after all our plans and promises, he was admitting to fantasizing about another woman. "What exactly have you thought about?" I asked, my voice deadly quiet. "I can't tell you that. You can and you will because I'm not marrying a man who sees me as his second choice." He sank into our armchair, looking defeated. She's uncomplicated. She's excited about everything, enthusiastic about life. She doesn't have expectations about the future or demands about commitment. When I see her, I remember what it felt like to be young and have possibilities instead of responsibilities. Responsibilities. That's what I am to you now. That's not what I meant. It's exactly what you meant. Your mother told me you said I represent responsibilities, while Emma represents possibilities. His head snapped up. "You talked to my mother?" "She called me. She's watched you obsess over this girl for months. She knows about the social media stalking, the way you memorize her schedule, how you light up when you talk about her. She told me because she didn't want to watch me go through what she went through with your father." For the first time, he looked genuinely ashamed. "I didn't realize I was being that obvious." "You weren't being obvious. You were being obsessed. Do you follow my social media that closely? Do you know my coffee order by heart? Do you pay attention to what I wear or say the way you do with her?" He couldn't answer, which was answer enough. "Here's what I need to know," I continued. "If Emma walked up to you tomorrow and said she wanted to be with you, would you leave me for her?" "That's not a fair question. It's the only question that matters. Would you?" He stared at the floor for a long time. When he finally looked up, his eyes were filled with a confusion that broke my heart. "I don't know. After 5 years together, after promising to spend your life with me, You don't know if you'd choose me over a fantasy about a 25-year-old coworker. It's not that simple. It absolutely is that simple. Either you want to marry me or you don't. Either you think I'm beautiful and worth committing to, or you think you can do better with someone younger and prettier. There's no middle ground here. He was quiet for so long I thought he might not answer at all. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely audible. Sometimes I look at you and I see our whole future laid out. The mortgage, the kids, the routine, growing old together. And sometimes that feels like enough, like what I want. But other times, I look at Emma and I see adventure and excitement and the possibility of feeling young again. So you're saying I'm boring. I'm saying you're safe. And maybe I'm not ready for safe. The words landed like physical blows. Safe, boring, responsible. A consolation prize compared to the excitement of someone younger and prettier. After everything we'd built together, I'd become the sensible choice he wasn't sure he wanted to make. I couldn't sleep after our conversation. By Friday afternoon, I'd made a decision that might have been crazy but felt necessary. I needed to hear Emma's side of the situation, if my fiancé was building a fantasy around her. I wanted to know if she was aware of it or if she was as innocent in this as I hoped. I knew where she worked, the same accounting firm as him, 3 floors down. I also knew she usually grabbed coffee from the shop across the street around 3 p.m. because he'd mentioned it enough times for me to memorize her routine along with him. I waited outside the coffee shop, feeling like a stalker, but needing answers. When she emerged with her usual vanilla latte, I approached her before I could lose my nerve. Emma, I'm Victoria. I'm engaged to your coworker from the 7th floor. She looked confused for a moment. Then recognition dawned. Oh, from the Christmas party. Hi. How are the wedding plans going? Her enthusiasm was genuine, which somehow made everything worse. She had no idea that my fiancé had been using her as ammunition against our relationship. That's actually what I need to talk to you about. Could we sit down for a few minutes? We found a table in the corner of the coffee shop, and I watched her face as I explained what had happened. Her initial confusion gave way to shock, then disgust, then something that looked like genuine anger. He said, "What about you?" she asked, her voice rising. "If I were younger and prettier like you, he'd marry me without hesitation? That he wonders if he could do better." Oh my God! She covered her face with her hands. Victoria, I am so sorry. I had no idea he was thinking about me that way, let alone comparing us. So, you've never encouraged him, never flirted or given him signals? Absolutely not. She looked horrified. He's engaged, and even if he wasn't, he's 15 years older than me and my supervisor's colleague. I've always been completely professional with him, but he knows a lot about you. Your schedule, your coffee order, what you post on social media. Her expression darkened. I've noticed him around more than seemed normal. He always happens to be in the break room when I am. He comments on my social media posts within minutes of me posting them, and he asks a lot of personal questions that feel inappropriate coming from someone that senior. Have you encouraged any of it? God, no. I've been trying to figure out how to handle it without making things awkward at work. I don't want to get him in trouble, but his attention has been making me uncomfortable for months. I felt a mix of relief and sadness. Relief that Emma wasn't some manipulative woman trying to steal my fiancé, but sadness that my situation was even worse than I'd thought. He wasn't just comparing me to her. He was essentially harassing a younger coworker who wanted nothing to do with his attention. There's something else, Emma said, looking uncomfortable. Last month, there was this group happy hour after work. Most of the department went and we were all sitting around talking. The conversation turned to relationships and someone asked him about his wedding plans. What did he say? He said he was having second thoughts about settling down so young. Someone pointed out that 36 isn't that young, and he said he meant settling down with someone who was already 31. He said maybe he should find someone who still had their whole 20s ahead of them, someone who hadn't already lived through their fun years. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. He'd been having these conversations about me with his coworkers for months, not just that one night at Murphy's pub. I was mortified, Emma continued. Everyone was uncomfortable. It was so disrespectful to you, and it made me realize that his attention toward me wasn't innocent. He was using me as an example of what he wished he had instead of you. Did anyone say anything to him? A couple of people tried to change the subject, but he kept going. He talked about how marriage was supposed to be about settling down, but he wasn't sure he wanted to settle. He said looking at younger women in the office made him question whether he was ready to commit to someone his own age. I felt sick. This wasn't a momentary lapse in judgment brought on by pre-wedding jitters. This was a pattern of disrespect that had been going on for months. I want you to know, Emma said, leaning forward earnestly, that using someone as a measuring stick against their partner is disgusting. You deserve so much better than a man who talks about you that way behind your back. Thank you for being honest with me. Can I be even more honest? She asked. From what I've observed, he has this fantasy about me that has nothing to do with who I actually am. He thinks I'm this carefree, exciting person because I'm 25, but I work 60-hour weeks. I live with 2 roommates to afford rent, and I spend most of my free time studying for my CPA exam. I'm not more fun or exciting than you. I'm just younger and he's projecting all these ideas onto me. What kind of ideas? That I'm spontaneous, that I don't have expectations, that I'd be grateful just to be with someone like him. But the truth is, I want the same things most women want: respect, commitment, partnership. The idea that I'd be some low-maintenance fantasy girlfriend is insulting to both of us. As I walked back to my car, I realized that Emma had given me more respect and honesty in 30 minutes than my fiancé had given me in months. She was right. He'd built a fantasy around her that had nothing to do with reality and everything to do with his own fears about commitment and growing up. But knowing that didn't make the betrayal hurt any less. If anything, it made it worse. He wasn't just comparing me to another woman. He was comparing me to an imaginary version of another woman that existed only in his mind. I arranged the dinner for Sunday evening at his parents' house. His mother had offered to host after I called her Saturday morning, my voice shaking as I told her what I'd learned from Emma. She'd been quiet for a long moment before saying, "It's time for some hard truths in this family." He didn't want to come. When I told him his parents wanted to discuss the wedding situation, he tried to make excuses about work and stress and not wanting to involve family in our personal problems. But I made it clear this wasn't optional. If he wanted any chance of salvaging our relationship, he needed to face the people who'd watched him disrespect me for months. His father was already seated at the dining room table when we arrived, looking uncomfortable but determined. His mother had set out her good china, as if the formal setting might lend gravity to what was about to happen. I sat across from my fiancé with his parents flanking us like referees in a boxing match. Before anyone says anything, I began, I want to make something clear. I'm not here to be talked into staying in this relationship. I'm here because I think you all deserve to hear exactly what's been happening and what kind of man you've been defending. His father frowned. Victoria, I'm sure whatever problems you two are having can be worked out. Can they? I interrupted. Can you work out the fact that your son has spent months telling his coworkers that I'm too old and not pretty enough for him? That he's been obsessing over a 25-year-old colleague and using her as proof that he could do better than me? The silence that followed was deafening. I could see his father processing the words, his expression shifting from confusion to disgust. His mother just nodded sadly as if she'd been expecting this moment for months. Tell them, I said to my fiancé, who was staring at his plate. Tell your parents what you told your coworkers about me. This is private, he mumbled. Nothing about this is private anymore. You made it public when you discussed my inadequacies with a room full of people. So tell them. Tell your father what you said about my age and my appearance. He finally looked up, his face flushed with shame and anger. Fine. I said some things I shouldn't have said. I was drunk and frustrated about the wedding pressure, and I made some comparisons I shouldn't have made. What kind of comparisons? His father asked, his voice dangerously quiet. I said that if Victoria were younger and more attractive like a woman I work with, I'd be more excited about getting married. His father's face went white, then red. You said, what about the woman you're supposed to marry in 3 months? I was drunk. Being drunk doesn't make you say things you don't believe, his mother said sharply. It just makes you say things you normally keep to yourself. Is that really how you see Victoria? As too old and not pretty enough? It's complicated. I leaned forward. No, it's not complicated. You've been having an emotional affair with a fantasy version of your coworker while planning to marry me. You've been discussing my physical flaws with anyone who will listen while expecting me to commit my life to you. You've reduced 5 years of love and partnership to whether I measure up to a 25-year-old's body. I never had an affair, he protested. You followed her social media obsessively. You memorized her schedule. You learned her personal preferences and compared them to mine. You built a relationship with her in your mind while neglecting the real relationship you had with me. What would you call that? His father was staring at his son like he didn't recognize him. This is how you treat a woman who's devoted 5 years of her life to you? This is how you prepare for marriage? You don't understand the pressure I've been under. I understand pressure, his father snapped. I've been married to your mother for 42 years. I understand cold feet and wedding stress and wondering if you're making the right choice. But I have never, not once, sat in a bar with my friends and discussed whether my wife was attractive enough for me. Your mother went through enough disrespect from your father when you were a teenager, his mother added, her voice trembling with barely contained anger. I will not watch her go through the same thing with you. I felt a surge of gratitude toward these people who had every reason to side with their son but chose to stand with me instead. Here's what I want you all to understand, I said, my voice steady despite the emotions churning inside me. I don't care if you want someone younger and prettier. I don't care if you think Emma or any other woman would make you happier. What I care about is that you think it's acceptable to treat me this way while asking me to marry you. I stood up, surprising everyone at the table. I spent 5 years loving a man I thought loved me back. I spent 8 months planning a wedding with someone who was fantasizing about being with someone else. I've been patient and understanding about your cold feet and your stress. But I will not be patient about being disrespected and degraded. Victoria, please sit down, his mother said gently. Let's talk this through. There's nothing to talk through. He's shown me exactly how he sees me, and I'm finally listening. You can find someone younger and prettier if that's what you want. But you won't find someone who loved you the way I did, or someone who would have been as loyal as I've been. And I guarantee you won't find someone who will put up with being your second choice. I walked toward the door, then turned back to face him one last time. The wedding is off. You can explain to the guests why. You can deal with the deposits and the cancellations, and you can spend the rest of your life wondering if the fantasy was worth losing the reality. As I drove home, I felt something I hadn't experienced in months. Relief. For the first time since this nightmare began, I wasn't trying to save a relationship with someone who didn't value me. I was finally walking away from someone who saw me as not good enough and toward a future where I wouldn't accept anything less than being someone's first choice. The cancellation announcements went out Monday morning. I'd spent Sunday night crafting a simple, dignified message. Victoria and his name have mutually decided to call off their wedding. They ask for privacy during this time and appreciate everyone's understanding. But by Wednesday, the real story was making its way through our social circles, and it wasn't coming from me. His mother called me that afternoon, sounding both apologetic and furious. I thought you should know that Emma filed a complaint with HR yesterday. Apparently, his behavior toward her was worse than any of us realized. What kind of complaint? Sexual harassment. She documented months of inappropriate attention, him finding excuses to be near her workstation, commenting on her appearance, asking personal questions about her dating life, even following her to the parking garage after work hours. She finally decided to speak up after learning about what he said at Murphy's pub. I felt a mix of vindication and disgust. Emma had been dealing with harassment while I'd been planning my wedding to her harasser. There's more, his mother continued. HR interviewed other people in the department, and apparently his behavior was an open secret. Multiple coworkers witnessed inappropriate comments and attention. They're conducting a full investigation. Is he going to lose his job? He's been suspended pending the investigation. And honestly, Victoria, I hope he faces consequences. What he did to you was horrible, but what he did to that poor girl was predatory. The story spread through our friend groups like wildfire. By Friday, I was getting calls and texts from people I hadn't talked to in months, all expressing shock and support. The narrative that emerged wasn't the one he'd probably hoped for. Mike from his office called to check on me. I wanted you to know that most of us are disgusted by what happened. The way he talked about you. The way he pursued Emma despite her obvious discomfort. It's opened a lot of our eyes about who he really is. How is he handling the HR investigation? Not well. He's been calling people trying to get us to downplay what we witnessed or heard. He even had the nerve to ask me to change my story about the Murphy's Pub incident. He claims he was just venting about wedding stress, not seriously comparing you to Emma. But you were there. You heard what he actually said. I heard him spend 2 hours systematically tearing down everything about you while building up fantasies about a woman young enough to be his little sister. There's no spin that makes that acceptable. The social media fallout was swift and brutal. Someone had screenshotted his excessive interactions with Emma's posts. The immediate likes, the flirty comments, the way he'd started mirroring her interests in his own posts. Friends began connecting the dots between his online behavior and the canceled wedding. My maid of honor posted a simple message. Some people show you who they really are when they think no one is watching. I'm proud of my friend for choosing self-respect over settling for someone who couldn't see her worth. The comments that followed were overwhelmingly supportive of me and critical of him. People shared their own stories of partners who'd made them feel not enough and praised my decision to walk away rather than compete with fantasies. His college friends, men who'd known him for 15 years, started distancing themselves from him publicly. One posted, "Real men don't tear down the women who love them to build up fantasies about women they'll never have." Disgusting behavior from someone I thought I knew. The professional consequences extended beyond HR. His reputation in the industry took a hit as word spread about the harassment complaint and his treatment of me. Emma wasn't just some random woman. She was well-liked and respected by colleagues who now saw him as someone who'd abused his seniority to make a younger coworker uncomfortable. Thursday evening, his mother invited me to dinner, just the two of us. We sat in her kitchen, the same place where she'd helped me plan engagement party menus and discussed wedding traditions. "I owe you an apology," she said. "I saw the signs of what he was becoming, and I should have spoken up sooner. You did speak up. You told me about Emma when I needed to know. I should have told him that his behavior was unacceptable before it got to this point. I should have raised a son who knew better than to treat women this way. He's 36 years old. His character isn't your responsibility anymore." She was quiet for a moment, then said, "His father and I are ashamed. We've watched you grow into an amazing woman over the past 5 years. You've been kind to our family, patient with our son, and a joy to have in our lives. The way he repaid that loyalty is unforgivable. Thank you for saying that. I want you to know that you'll always be family to us, regardless of what our son did. You showed incredible strength in walking away from someone who didn't deserve you." As I drove home that night, I realized that the humiliation I'd feared never materialized. Instead of being seen as the woman who wasn't good enough, I was being recognized as the woman who was too good to accept being treated as second best. The shame belonged entirely to him, and the community of people who truly mattered was making that very clear. Moving out of our shared apartment was both heartbreaking and liberating. I'd found a small one-bedroom place across town. Nothing fancy, but it was mine alone. As I packed 5 years of shared memories into boxes, I kept discovering how much of myself I'd lost trying to be what I thought he wanted. There were clothes I'd stopped wearing because he'd made subtle comments about them being too young for me or not flattering. Books I'd hidden because he'd rolled his eyes at my romance novel phase. Hobbies I'd abandoned because he'd called them silly or time-consuming. I'd been slowly erasing myself to fit into his vision of what a 31-year-old woman should be. The financial separation was surprisingly empowering. For years, I'd deferred to his opinions on money. He made slightly more than me and had strong opinions about practical purchases. Now, sorting through our joint expenses, I realized how much of my own financial independence I'd given up. I'd been splitting everything equally despite him controlling most of the decisions. You know what the craziest part is? I told my sister as we unpacked boxes in my new kitchen. I actually make decent money. I've been successful in my career. I have good savings. I can afford this place on my own. But somehow I let him convince me that I needed his approval for every purchase over $50. He was controlling you financially, too. Not overtly, but he had this way of making me feel guilty about spending money on myself. If I wanted new clothes, he'd ask if I really needed them. If I wanted to go out with friends, he'd mention how expensive restaurants had become. Meanwhile, he never questioned his own spending on craft beer or those expensive headphones he just had to have. Setting up my own space felt like rediscovering who I was. I bought bright throw pillows for the couch, colors he'd always said were too bold for our neutral decor. I hung up artwork I loved but had kept in storage because he'd called it too feminine. I filled the apartment with plants, something he'd always vetoed because of the maintenance. My first solo grocery shopping trip was revelatory. For 5 years, I'd been buying foods he liked, cooking meals he preferred, avoiding spices he found too strong. Standing in the produce aisle, I realized I didn't even remember what my own food preferences were anymore. I bought ingredients I hadn't cooked with in years. Fresh ginger, exotic mushrooms, the spicy peppers I'd loved before he'd complained they upset his stomach. That night, cooking dinner just for myself, I felt more satisfied than I had in months. The hardest part was rebuilding my relationship with mirrors. His constant comparisons to Emma had made me hypercritical of my own appearance. I'd started seeing my 31-year-old face and body through his critical lens, focusing on every line, every imperfection, every sign that I wasn't 25 anymore. My therapist, Dr. Patterson, had given me homework. Spend 5 minutes each morning looking in the mirror and saying one positive thing about myself. The first week, I could barely manage, "Your hair looks healthy." But gradually, I started seeing myself as more than a collection of flaws compared to a younger woman. "I have kind eyes," I told my reflection on a Thursday morning. "I have strong hands that create beautiful things." Small affirmations, but they were mine. Not dependent on anyone else's approval or comparison. The loneliness hit hardest in the evenings. After 5 years of shared routines, coming home to an empty apartment felt strange and quiet. But slowly, I began to appreciate the silence. No one was questioning my choice of TV shows or sighing dramatically when I wanted to read instead of watch sports. I started taking evening walks around my new neighborhood, something I'd stopped doing when he'd complained about me being out after dark. I discovered a bookstore 3 blocks away, a coffee shop that made amazing lavender lattes, a small park where I could sit and think without interruption. 3 weeks into my new life, I ran into an old college friend at that coffee shop. Maria took one look at me and said, "You look different. Lighter. Somehow." "I feel different," I admitted. "Like I'm remembering who I used to be before I started trying to be someone else's ideal woman." The breakup was hard, but it was the right choice. The breakup was devastating, but staying would have destroyed me slowly. I was becoming smaller and smaller, trying to fit into his vision of what I should be. Now I'm remembering that I'm allowed to take up space. That night, I did something I hadn't done in years. I took a long bath with expensive bath salts, lit candles around the tub, and read a romance novel without feeling guilty about it. It was a small act of self-care, but it felt revolutionary. I was learning that rebuilding self-esteem wasn't about convincing myself I was perfect. It was about remembering that I was enough, exactly as I was. Not too old, not too demanding, not too much, just enough. He showed up at my apartment on a Tuesday evening, 6 weeks after I'd moved out. I saw him through the peephole, standing in the hallway looking nervous and rehearsed, probably having practiced whatever speech he'd prepared. For a moment, I considered not answering, but I knew this conversation needed to happen eventually. "What do you want?" I asked through the door. "Please, Victoria, just 5 minutes. I need to talk to you." I opened the door but didn't invite him in. He looked terrible, thinner than when I'd last seen him, with dark circles under his eyes and stubble that suggested he hadn't been taking care of himself. Part of me felt a familiar urge to comfort him, but I pushed it down. His suffering wasn't my responsibility anymore. "You look good," he said, and I could see him taking in my appearance. I was wearing a bright blue dress I'd bought the week before, one that made me feel confident and beautiful. "This place is nice too. What do you want?" I repeated. "I want to apologize. I want to explain what happened, and I want to see if there's any way we can work through this." "There isn't. Just hear me out, please. I know I made mistakes, but I've been thinking about everything that happened, and I realize now how wrong I was. The thing with Emma was never real. It was just me panicking about commitment and projecting fantasies onto someone who meant nothing to me." I leaned against my doorframe, not inviting him in, but listening to see where this would go. I was scared about getting married, about growing up and taking on all those responsibilities. When I saw Emma, she represented this fantasy of staying young, of not having to face adult commitments. But it was never about her specifically, and it was never about you not being enough. "So, you destroyed our 5-year relationship because you were scared of growing up. I know how it sounds, but I've had time to think, and I realize what a mistake I made. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. You're beautiful, intelligent, successful, kind. Everything I should want in a partner. I was an idiot to let my fears make me forget that." His words might have moved me 6 weeks earlier, but now they just sounded hollow. "Do you hear yourself? You're talking about me like I'm a good deal you almost passed up. Like I'm a sensible choice you should appreciate more. That's not what I mean. It's exactly what you mean. You're not saying you love me passionately or that you can't live without me. You're saying I'm a good catch that you were foolish to undervalue. You're still seeing me as a practical decision rather than the love of your life." He stepped closer and I could smell his familiar cologne. "I do love you. I've always loved you. No, you loved the idea of me. You loved having a girlfriend who was stable and supportive and easy to be with. But when it came time to commit to me as a real person, someone who ages, someone who has needs and expectations, someone who isn't a fantasy, you balked. I'm ready to commit now. I want to marry you, have the life we planned together. Because your fantasy didn't work out? Because Emma filed a harassment complaint and you realized she was never interested in you? Because your reputation is damaged and you need someone loyal to help rebuild it?" His face flushed. "It's not like that." "Then tell me, if Emma had been interested in you, would you be here right now trying to win me back?" He was quiet for too long, which was answer enough. "That's what I thought. You don't want me back because you realized I'm amazing and you made a mistake. You want me back because I'm safe and available and willing to forgive you. You want me back because starting over with someone new would be difficult and I represent the easy path. Victoria, please. I know I hurt you, but we can get past this. We have 5 years of history together. That has to count for something." "It does count for something. It counts as 5 years of my life that I gave to someone who saw me as his consolation prize. 5 years of loving someone who was always wondering if he could do better." I straightened up, preparing to close the door. "I've learned something important over the past 6 weeks. I'd rather be alone than be with someone who sees me as the sensible choice. I'd rather start over completely than spend my life with someone who settled for me. I wasn't settling. I chose you. You chose me because I was there, because I was convenient, because I fit into your life without requiring too much adjustment. But you never chose me because you thought I was the most amazing woman in the world. And that's what I deserve. Someone who chooses me because they can't imagine being with anyone else. You're being unrealistic. That kind of fairy tale love doesn't exist in real life. Maybe not. But I'd rather spend my life searching for it than accepting someone who thinks loving me is a reasonable compromise." He stood there for another moment, seeming to realize that no argument was going to change my mind. "I hope you find what you're looking for," he said finally, though his tone suggested he thought I was making a mistake. "I hope you grow up and learn to value the people who love you before they get tired of not being valued." After I closed the door, I leaned against it for a few minutes, processing the conversation. I felt sad but not regretful. He'd confirmed everything I'd suspected. that he saw me as the safe choice he should have been grateful for, not the irreplaceable love of his life. For the first time since this whole nightmare began, I was absolutely certain I'd made the right choice. 2 months after his failed reconciliation attempt, I was surprised to receive a text from his mother asking if I'd like to meet for lunch. I'd been wondering if maintaining that relationship was healthy or wise, but something about her message felt important. We met at a small bistro downtown, the kind of place where we used to plan family gatherings and holiday menus. She looked older than I remembered, more tired, but her smile was genuine when she saw me. "You look wonderful," she said, embracing me warmly. "Truly radiant." "Thank you. How are you doing with everything?" She sighed as we sat down. "It's been difficult watching your child make such destructive choices. Realizing you raised someone capable of treating people that way, it changes how you see yourself as a parent. His choices aren't a reflection of your parenting. He's an adult who made selfish decisions. Perhaps, but I keep thinking about the conversations I should have had with him about respecting women, about what real love looks like. Maybe if his father and I had modeled a healthier relationship, he would have understood that love isn't about finding the perfect person. It's about choosing to see someone as perfect for you." I thought about what she was saying. What's happened with him since the HR investigation? He was terminated. The investigation found a pattern of inappropriate behavior, not just toward Emma, but toward other young women in the office over the past few years. Apparently, he'd created an uncomfortable environment for several people. I felt a mix of satisfaction and sadness. Is he facing any legal consequences? Emma chose not to pursue criminal charges, but she did file a civil complaint. His reputation in the industry is essentially destroyed. He's having trouble finding work, and most of our mutual friends have distanced themselves from him. I'm sorry you're dealing with the fallout from his choices. Don't be sorry. I'm proud of Emma for standing up for herself, and I'm proud of you for refusing to accept being treated as second best. You've both shown more courage than my son ever has. She paused, choosing her words carefully. I wanted to see you because I need you to know that losing you isn't just his loss. It's ours too. You've been like a daughter to me for 5 years. I understand if maintaining a relationship with his family isn't something you want, but I hope you know that our love for you isn't conditional on your relationship with him. I felt tears prick my eyes. I've missed you too, but I wasn't sure if it would be appropriate to maintain contact. More than appropriate, necessary. Your family, Victoria. Real family. And real family doesn't abandon each other when things get complicated. We spent the rest of lunch catching up on my new life, my therapy progress, and my plans for the future. She told me about the trip to Europe she'd been planning with his father, something they'd put off for years while enabling their son's poor choices. We're learning to stop making excuses for him, she admitted. For too long, we justified his behavior, blamed his stress or his fears instead of holding him accountable. Watching what he did to you was a wake-up call. What's he doing now? Living in a studio apartment across town, working temporary jobs while trying to rebuild his reputation. He started therapy, which is overdue by about 20 years. But honestly, I don't know if he's capable of the kind of genuine self-reflection that real change requires. He still talks about what happened like it was a series of unfortunate misunderstandings rather than deliberate choices to disrespect you. After lunch, she walked me to my car. I want you to promise me something, she said. Promise me you won't settle for less than you deserve in your next relationship. Promise me you'll hold out for someone who sees you the way you should be seen, as an incredible woman who any man would be lucky to have. I promise. I'm learning what healthy love looks like, and I won't accept anything less. Good. And promise me you'll stay in touch. Just because my son was too foolish to appreciate you doesn't mean the rest of us don't recognize what we almost lost. That evening, I called Dr. Patterson to discuss the lunch. How did it feel to maintain that relationship? She asked. Healing, actually. It reminded me that the problem wasn't with me. It was specifically with him. His own family recognizes that he treated me badly and that I deserved better. That's significant progress. You're learning to separate your worth from his inability to see it. I'm also learning what I actually want in a relationship. Not just someone who won't cheat or lie or compare me to other women. That's bare minimum. I want someone who actively chooses me every day, who sees my age and experience as assets rather than liabilities, who celebrates my success instead of feeling threatened by it. Those are healthy standards. For the first time in years, I'm not trying to shrink myself to fit into someone else's vision of what I should be. I'm expanding into who I actually am, and I'm not going to apologize for taking up space. That night, I started planning something I'd been thinking about for weeks. A solo trip to somewhere I'd always wanted to visit. Not as a consolation prize for my failed relationship, but as a celebration of my newfound independence and self-respect. 3 months after walking away from a man who saw me as not enough. I'm writing this from a cafe overlooking the Mediterranean Sea in Barcelona. The irony isn't lost on me. This is where we were supposed to honeymoon. I kept the tickets after canceling the wedding, thinking maybe I'd use them someday. That someday turned out to be now, and I'm here alone by choice. The trip almost didn't happen. 2 weeks before leaving, I ran into him at the grocery store. He looked surprised to see me. Then his eyes took in my appearance with that familiar assessing look. I was wearing a sundress I'd bought for the trip, my hair longer than he'd ever liked it, my confidence visible in the way I carried myself. "You look different," he said, blocking my path in the produce section. "I feel different. I heard you're going to Spain. That was supposed to be our honeymoon destination. Now it's my celebration of new beginnings destination." He shifted uncomfortably. "Victoria, I've been thinking a lot about what you said, about how I made you feel like a consolation prize. I want you to know that wasn't true. I did love you. Past tense noted. I still love you. I didn't know how to handle my fears about commitment and aging and settling down. But I've been in therapy and I'm starting to understand how my issues affected our relationship." I looked at this man who had once been the center of my world and felt nothing but mild irritation that he was making me late for my evening plans. "I'm glad you're getting help, but this conversation is 3 months too late and completely irrelevant to my life now. Don't you think we owe it to 5 years together to try again? To see if we can work through this now that I understand what went wrong? What we owe to those 5 years is to learn from them. I learned that I deserve better than someone who sees loving me as settling." "What did you learn?" He was quiet for a moment. "I learned that I lost the best thing that ever happened to me." "No, you learned that actions have consequences. If you'd actually learned that I was the best thing that ever happened to you, you would have treated me that way when you had the chance." I started to push my cart past him, but he stepped sideways again. "I know I don't deserve another chance, but I'm asking for one anyway. I'll spend the rest of my life making up for how I treated you. The rest of your life should be spent learning how to value people before you lose them so you don't make the same mistakes with someone else. But it won't be spent making anything up to me because I'm done accepting apologies in place of respect. So that's it? 5 years together means nothing. 5 years together means everything. It taught me exactly what I will and won't accept in my next relationship. It taught me that I'd rather be single than be with someone who thinks I'm not good enough. It taught me that my worth isn't determined by whether someone chooses to see it. This time, when I moved my cart, he didn't try to stop me. Now, sitting in the Spanish cafe with a book I actually want to read and a glass of wine I chose because I like it, not because someone else approved of it, I feel genuinely grateful for everything that happened. Not grateful for the pain or the betrayal, but grateful that it happened early enough for me to rebuild my life instead of spending decades with someone who saw me as his reasonable compromise. The woman at the table next to me is about my age, maybe a few years older, traveling with her husband. I watched them earlier as they navigated the menu together, him deferring to her language skills, her lighting up when he complimented her pronunciation of the Spanish words. They hold hands while they read, and he looks at her the way I always hoped someone would look at me, like she's the most fascinating person in the room. That's what I'm holding out for now. Not someone who thinks I'm a good enough choice, but someone who thinks I'm the only choice that makes sense for them. My phone buzzes with a text from his mother. "Thinking of you on your trip. I hope you're having the adventure you deserve." I smile and text back a photo of my tapas and wine with the caption, "Having the time of my life. Thank you for reminding me I deserve to be chosen." not settled for. Tomorrow I'm taking a flamenco class, something I mentioned wanting to do years ago before he dismissed it as too cliché for tourists. Next week, I'm hiking in the mountains, then spending 3 days at a wellness retreat focused on self-discovery and empowerment. But tonight, I'm just sitting here being grateful that I had enough self-respect to walk away from someone who couldn't see my worth. I'm grateful that I chose dignity over desperation, standards over settling, and my own happiness over trying to fix someone else's brokenness. The sun is setting over Barcelona, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. And for the first time in years, I'm not wondering if someone else would appreciate this moment more than I do. I'm not comparing myself to younger women or worrying about whether I'm exciting enough or pretty enough or anything enough. I'm just enough exactly as I am. And someday, someone will be smart enough to see that from the very beginning. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My wife said she was going to sell me, and I thought she was joking until Prime Sales Day, when she actually put me up for sale online. The description goes like this. This is my husband, a good-for-nothing freeloader without any income. If you're interested in a spineless bum, feel free to place an order. The services are at the buyer's discretion. $200 a day, $50,000 buys out his entire future. Whoever buys the rest of his life will have him exclusively, and I'll divorce him on the spot. I wish you all the happiness in the world. She posted this to mock and humiliate me, but she never imagined that someone, a rich woman, would actually buy my future. Dexter, I'm selling you. My wife, Samantha Yates, smirked as she handed me her phone to show me the post. My face darkened as I read it. When we got married, I already had my own business. Afterward, she enjoyed the good life I provided. I even built her parents a house back home worth hundreds of thousands and gave her brother $200,000 to help him buy a house and get married. In our 3rd year of marriage, my tech platform company went under. Since then, I've been working from home developing a video game, but in her eyes, that makes me a lazy bum who just plays games all day, never earning a dime. Samantha, isn't this going a little too far, mocking me like this? I said, my voice cold. When things were good, I never hesitated to give everything I could for you and your family. But now that I'm down, you throw this in my face? Too far? You've been holed up at home for 2 years doing nothing but gaming. Am I wrong to call you a waste of space? She scoffed. And don't flatter yourself. No one's going to buy you anyway. It doesn't matter if anyone does. Just putting me up there shows how little you think of me. And I've told you 100 times, I'm working on a game. When it takes off, everything will turn around. Get a grip, Dexter. You'll never turn things around. Oh, and how can you be so sure of that? She sneered. Go look in a mirror. You look like a bum. The only difference between you and a street beggar is your clothes. And you're still talking about turning things around. My time is going into developing the game. Enough. I don't have time for your excuses. She grabbed her bag and headed for the door. It's past 8 p.m. Where are you going? I asked. To work, obviously. How else do you think we'll pay the rent? She shot back icily. After my company went under, the bank took back our house. I'll pay the rent, I shouted instinctively. She just laughed, slamming the door behind her. After a few cigarettes, I strapped on my helmet, opened up the delivery app, and waited for an order. Soon enough, I got a delivery for crawfish, and the customer even left a $50 tip, asking that I peel the crawfish when I got there. After picking up the crawfish, I made my way to the customer at the Galactic Lounge karaoke bar. About half an hour later, I found myself outside room 8808. Just as I reached for the door, I saw her, Samantha. Inside, a group of 7 or 8 people were laughing and singing, with Samantha sitting right in the middle next to her ex, Tyson Caldwell. They were singing Only True Love, looking like a couple. Didn't she say she was working late? Guess she's working overtime at karaoke. I could feel the heat rise on my scalp like a storm cloud had just settled over my head. Just then, a heavy-set girl opened the door. Come on in. I stepped inside. Samantha, engrossed in singing, hadn't even noticed me. Just sit over there and peel the crawfish for me. Let me know when you're done, she said. pointing to a corner. I settled in, back turned to them, and started peeling. After a few minutes, the group decided to play a game of Spin the Truth. Samantha lost and picked truth. So, how often do you and your husband, Rebecca, the heavy-set girl, giggled, prying into her private life. Ugh, don't make me sick. Forget weekly, we haven't done a thing in over a year. Samantha scoffed, full of disdain. Ever since I lost everything, she's kept her distance from me. No way, not even once in a year? Are you telling the truth? Someone chimed in, incredulous. I swear, if I'm lying, let me get hit by a car, she said, raising her hand like she was making an oath. Well, does your husband even function? One of them asked with a snicker. If he doesn't, I'll just not like I care, she shot back. Samantha, that sounds miserable, someone sighed. It's absolute hell. You guys don't know how disgusting he is. Lazing around all day on video games. Living off me. Every minute I'm home with that deadbeat is torture, she sneered. Oh, Samantha, you deserve better, Tyson said, pulling her into a comforting hug. If it weren't for your mom opposing us back then, I wouldn't have married that loser out of spite. Samantha sniffled, clinging to him with tears streaming down her face. Samantha, I'll let you down, don't cry. It hurts me even more to see you like this, he said softly, brushing her tears away. Come on, a few tears aren't enough. How about a kiss to really make it better? Yeah, kiss to rekindle those old flames. The others cheered. I stole a glance at them and fury burned in every cell of my body. They stared deeply into each other's eyes, Samantha shyly biting her lip before closing her eyes and tilting her head up. What's wrong with you? Why would you just start hitting people? Samantha snapped at me, her tone icy. What's wrong with me? I shook with rage, clenching my jaw. My head was practically drowning in storm clouds, and I'm just supposed to sit back and take it? Tell me where you see any infidelity here, Samantha said, deflecting. Oh, please. You were about to kiss him, and you're still denying it. So what if we kiss? Are you going to lose some imaginary pride over it? If I'm shameless, who's to blame? You. You live like a spineless loser, like some maggot in a sewer. Disgusting and worthless. She spat. My chest felt like it was going to explode. If you can't make Samantha happy, maybe you should take the high road and set her free, Rebecca suggested, smug. Right, know your place. Samantha was the campus queen in college, and just look at her. Still gorgeous. Look at you now, a lowly delivery guy. How much do you even make a day? Another girl added, scoffing. Turns out, these were all Samantha's college friends. Go take a long look in the mirror. After what I witnessed that night, the rage consuming me was indescribable. My head boiled as I left that karaoke bar, leaving the peeled crawfish on the table just as she had ordered, but not without casting one final look at Samantha. She barely noticed my exit, too busy laughing and being comforted by her ex-boyfriend, Tyson. The mere thought of his name made my stomach churn. On the way back home, her words echoed relentlessly in my mind. Disgusting and worthless. That's how she saw me. Nothing more than a dead weight, a beggar in better clothes. And the worst part was the smug look on her face, as if I was powerless to fight back, as if it was my destiny to endure all of it. When I got home, I sat on the couch for hours, staring at the wall. My life wasn't just a failure in her eyes. It was as though I didn't even have the right to try and make things better. I could have exploded in that karaoke room, shouted, fought back. But no, I wouldn't give her and that group of parasites the satisfaction of seeing me lose control. She thought I was weak. Well, Samantha was about to find out who the real weak one was. I spent the entire night planning. The next day, while Samantha was still asleep, I reviewed every document and contract proving the money I had poured into her family. That house I built for her parents? It was in my name. The loan I gave her brother? Not a cent had been paid back. Every detail was documented, and I knew exactly how to use it. When she woke up acting as if nothing had happened, my mind was made up. She tried to ignore me while preparing coffee, but I interrupted her. Samantha, we need to talk. She gave me a bored look as if already expecting another pathetic attempt from me. "What is it now, Dexter? Are you going to whine about that post again?" she said, scrolling through her phone. I took a deep breath to keep from snapping. "I'm not going to whine. I'm just going to tell you that I'm done. Done being treated like garbage by someone I put on a pedestal for years. You want to sell me? Fine. But let's start by settling your debts first." She froze, finally looking at me with a mix of confusion and suspicion. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about your parents' house, the money I gave your brother. All of it is documented, and I'm demanding it back. Don't worry, I won't humiliate you publicly like you did to me. I'll handle it the proper way, legally." Her face went pale for a moment, and I thought I saw a flicker of fear, but as always, she quickly regained her composure. "You're pathetic. Are you really going to fight over money now, Dexter? After everything I've done for you?" I laughed, unable to believe her audacity. "Everything you've done for me, Samantha? You've never done anything for me that wasn't about what you could gain in return. But don't worry, you won't have to deal with me much longer. Our marriage is over." She stared at me in disbelief, then let out a derisive laugh. "You think you can make it on your own? Look at you, you have nothing, Dexter. Nothing. I'm the only thing standing between you and living on the streets. It's funny you say that because that's exactly how I felt about you for years. But now I realize I was wrong. You were never my support, Samantha. You were the weight I carried for far too long." I grabbed my things and walked out, leaving her standing there in the kitchen. My first step was to find a lawyer. I explained everything, the money, the house, the investments I made in her family. He assured me I had a strong case and got to work immediately. At the same time, I poured myself into my project. If Samantha thought my game was a joke, she was about to choke on every word she'd ever said. 3 months later, I received news that the case was progressing well. Her parents' house was about to be auctioned off to repay me, and her brother would either have to pay back the loan or face legal consequences. During this time, I worked relentlessly on my game, putting in sleepless nights and investing every ounce of effort into it. And then it happened, the game launched. Not only was it well received, but it became an immediate hit. Positive reviews, sales skyrocketing. Within weeks, I was earning more money than I'd ever imagined. When I received my first million, the only thing I felt was relief. It wasn't about the money. It was about proving to myself that I wasn't the failure Samantha claimed I was. One day, as I was reviewing contracts in my new office, I got an unexpected message. It was from Samantha. "We need to talk. I'm sorry for everything. Can we start over?" I laughed out loud reading it. She was desperate. Through mutual acquaintances, I learned that her brother had to sell his house and that her parents were struggling financially. And Samantha? Tyson had abandoned her as soon as he realized she was no longer financially stable. I ignored the message. Samantha was part of a chapter in my life that was closed for good. Today, I'm focused on the future, on my success, and on never letting anyone treat me the way she did again. Because contrary to what she believed, I was never weak. I was just waiting for the right moment to show my strength. When I received that message from Samantha asking to talk and start over, I felt a mix of disgust and satisfaction. There she was, the same woman who once treated me like dead weight, now crawling back into my life. Ignoring her wouldn't be enough, not after everything she'd done. She needed to feel the humiliation and pain she had so easily inflicted on me. I agreed to meet her. I chose an upscale restaurant, the kind of place she used to love when we were living the high life. I knew she couldn't afford it now, and that was part of the plan. When I arrived, Samantha was already there, dressed in an outfit that clearly didn't match the sophistication of the venue. She tried to look elegant, but her tired expression and fake smile gave away her desperation. "Dexter, you came," she said nervously, forcing a smile. "Of course I did. How could I miss an opportunity like this?" I replied, sitting down calmly. I ordered the most expensive wine on the menu, making sure the waiter announced its price out loud. "Well, I wanted to apologize for everything. I was such an idiot. I didn't know how to appreciate you," Samantha began, her voice rehearsed and shaky. "Oh, don't worry. I appreciated you enough for both of us. I retorted, my smile cold. She went on talking about how everything had gone wrong for her, how Tyson had abandoned her, how her parents were about to lose their house, and how she missed the man I used to be. Every word felt like a pathetic attempt to gain my sympathy. I let her talk, watching every gesture, every fake expression of regret. You know, Samantha, you're right. I've changed, but not because of you. Despite you, I said, my voice firm. You humiliated me, treated me like garbage, exposed me to the world as a failure. And now that you're at rock bottom, you expect me to save you? She tried to defend herself, but I raised my hand, cutting her off. I'm not finished. Do you know what I did after I left? I worked. I fought. I proved that I'm so much more than you ever imagined. Today, I have a multi-million-dollar business, international contracts, and people who respect me. And do you know what you have? Nothing. Because that's exactly what you deserve. Her face went pale. The people at nearby tables began glancing our way, sensing the tension. Remember that ad you made to sell me? I continued, leaning slightly forward. Well, Samantha, today I wouldn't pay a single cent for you. She started crying, and for the first time I felt something like relief. I didn't need to yell or do anything more. Her tears were proof that she finally understood the magnitude of what she'd lost. I stood up, placing cash on the table to cover the bill before leaving. I looked at her one last time. Good luck, Samantha. You're going to need it. I walked out of that restaurant without looking back. Not because I was running away, but because that chapter of my life was finally closed. Today, my life is in a place I could hardly have imagined just a few years ago. My gaming company has grown exponentially. Our latest release was a global success, and the media regularly seeks me out for interviews. I live in a modern home overlooking the ocean, surrounded by people who value and believe in me. I've also started investing in social projects, helping young developers break into the tech industry. It's incredibly fulfilling to know that many of them have gone on to achieve their own dreams, and I'm proud to have been part of their journey. As for Samantha, I've heard she's staying with a friend, living off their charity. Her parents lost their house, and her brother failed to repay his debts. Tyson disappeared from her life along with all the so-called friends she once held in such high regard. I should feel pity, but I don't. Every tear, every hardship she faces is a reflection of the choices she made. My greatest revenge wasn't humiliating her in that restaurant. It was showing her and the world that the strength she never saw in me was real. Today, I am living proof that no one has the right to define us by our failures. Yes, I fell, but I got up stronger than ever. And Samantha? She'll remain on the ground forever. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My girlfriend took my sports car without permission and met up with her ex to drive it. They crashed it, and now my girlfriend is begging me not to press charges. My girlfriend and I have been together for about a year now. She stays over a lot and even has a key, but doesn't live with me yet, and I plan to ask her to move in later this month. Our relationship has a lot of open communication, which I love, and our biggest problem is her relationship with her ex. She told me he was a manipulator and mentally abusive, so they broke up, yet she still insists on keeping contact with him and calls him a friend. Recently, I got a call in the middle of the night from a hospital saying my girlfriend had been in a car crash. I was confused for a moment, as she doesn't own a car, and the only one she drove was my daily car, and she hadn't asked to borrow it. I thought about who she would have been with if she wasn't driving as I rushed down to the hospital. When I got to her room, she was unconscious, and I saw there was a nurse and a cop beside her. I came over and asked if she was okay and what had happened. The cop asked who I was, and I told him I was her boyfriend. The nurse gave me the rundown that she had a few broken bones but no surgery needed, and she was only asleep because of the pain medication. The cop asked for my name, and when I told him, he paused and asked if I own a 2022 Camaro. When I told him yes, he said that some officers had already been dispatched to find me as it was my car that had been in the accident. He asked if I let my girlfriend or a friend borrow my car, and I told him no. I don't let anyone drive that car. It's my prized possession and something my late father and I had worked on together. It's a relic, and I have barely put any miles on it since my father died. I told the cop my car should be locked up in my garage and no one has access to it except for me. The cop asked if I was sure, so I pulled up the camera I have in my garage and saw it wasn't there. That's when I started panicking. I told him it was gone, and that's when he said, "So then Miss Dalton or Mr. Garrison stole it from you?" I told him I didn't know why my girlfriend would take it, and I sure as hell didn't know anyone with the last name Garrison. I asked if he had a picture, and when he showed me a photo of the guy's license, my stomach dropped. He was my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. I told him as much, and he just gave me a pity look. He informed me that there was a car meetup and my car had been used in a drag race by my girlfriend and her ex. Only her ex lost control of the car and wrapped it around a power line. I was furious and asked if my car was okay. He told me it was totaled. I just crouched down and struggled to breathe. My girlfriend knew how important that car was to me, and she ************ stole it and let her ex drive it in a damn drag race. I was beyond pissed. The cop told me to calm down before I did something I would regret. I asked if the ex was here in the hospital, and he told me he wasn't going to let me leave the room until I had calmed down. After about 5 minutes of taking deep breaths, he asked if I wanted to press charges. I looked right at my girlfriend's sleeping body and, without hesitation, told him yes. I pulled up the security footage on my phone and went back a few hours, where we watched as my girlfriend let herself into my house with her spare key, used my keys to unlock the garage from the inside, and opened the garage door. She grabbed the keys to my Camaro and drove off. I almost threw my phone against the wall. The cop gave me his email address and asked me to send the footage to him, and he would get an arrest warrant for my girlfriend, but my girlfriend would have to rat out her ex in order for him to get charged. I told him I had a camera inside the car, and if it was recovered from the crash, it might have footage of them. He said he would look into it, then just stared at me. He asked if I was going to stay here for a bit longer, and when I said yes, he asked if I was going to do anything stupid, and I told him no. I just wanted to make sure my girlfriend was all right and woke up okay. Then I planned to leave. He told me he'd be putting someone at the door to the ex's room, so I'd better not go looking. I just went and sat down near my girlfriend's bed. I think I sat with my head in between my legs for like an hour before she woke up. Even her damn breathing bothered me at that moment. She was all smiles and seemed so happy to see me until I dropped the hammer and asked why the hell she thought it would be okay to take my car for a joyride. She started stuttering and said she didn't mean any harm and it was supposed to be a surprise where she had a friend get it all cleaned up for me. Only some idiot driver cut in front of her and she crashed the car. She apologized and said that, luckily, she was okay and that's all that should matter. I asked if she was in the car alone, and she straight up lied to my face, saying, "Yeah, of course." I just nodded my head and told her I was going to go get her nurse. On my way out, I told her she didn't need to worry, that her ex was okay too and was in a room nearby recovering. Her face fell and I just left. Ever since then, she sent me multiple texts a day apologizing, saying it wasn't what it looked like. I got a lawyer and told him I wanted to sue both of them for the cost of my car. Theft, breaking and entering, the whole works. When he had the papers delivered, that's when the phone calls started. She left voicemails of her crying and saying she didn't want to go to jail, then rude messages where she said she never loved me in the first place and that's why she was glad she got back with her ex. Those messages stung a lot, as I knew by now she was obviously cheating on me with him, but hearing her admit it was tough. She eventually got all her family to start calling me and telling me I had no right to do this and it was one simple mistake and I shouldn't ruin her life over it. I just ignored everyone. I told my lawyer I wanted to get every penny we could out of them, and I found out from the cop later that they had found my dash cam footage with proof they both knew it was a stolen car, so I knew we had a very good case. I can't wait until court is over and I can move on with my life. As I watched the case unfold, I could feel the weight of everything that was happening. I was trying to understand how someone who had been by my side for so long could betray me so thoroughly. Felt like a scene from a movie, but the reality was harsher. I was about to face something I never thought I'd have to, fighting against someone I genuinely thought I loved. The first hearing was set, and until then, her messages continued nonstop. She alternated between pleas and insults as if she had no control over her own emotions. One day she was saying it was all a mistake and she needed me by her side. The next, she was telling me that she always thought I was weak and that her ex was everything I could never be. It was as if I were just another pawn in her twisted plan to escape the consequences. She really thought she could manipulate me with this "I love you and I hate you" routine. Finally, the day arrived and I walked into that courtroom trying to hold back the anger that was still simmering inside me. She was there on the other side with her lawyer, who was trying to argue that it was all just an innocent prank that ended in an unfortunate accident. He described the theft of my car as if it were some harmless mischief, something trivial. I could feel my anger building again, but I stayed composed, focused. I knew that's exactly what she wanted, for me to lose control so that I'd look like the villain here. When the judge asked me to explain what that car meant to me, I took a deep breath and let the words pour out. I explained every detail from how my dad and I worked on it together to the priceless emotional value it held for me. I told him it wasn't just a vehicle. It was a connection to the person I loved most who was no longer here. She looked at me, and for a moment I thought she might show some remorse, some regret. But then she looked away, expressionless. When it was her turn to speak, she played the victim card. She tried to convince the judge that she only wanted to do something nice for me, that it was all a misunderstanding, and that the accident was caused by a reckless driver no one saw. Her lawyer, who seemed to have prepared every detail, tried to paint a picture of her as almost a hero, a well-meaning person who just made an impulsive decision. But to me, it was just a pathetic spectacle, an attempt to manipulate not only the judge but everyone in that room, as if she could somehow erase everything. Then came the moment I'd been waiting for. The security footage was shown, both from my house and from inside the car. As the videos began to play, the room went silent. There she was, sneaking into my house, taking the keys like it was the most natural thing in the world. Then the scene shifted to her and her ex getting ready for the race. The excitement in their eyes, the carefree way they were acting. It looked nothing like an unfortunate accident. It was pure selfishness and recklessness on display. I looked over at her and, for the first time, I saw her lose her composure. She shrank, realizing her mask had finally slipped. Her lawyer tried to object, but the judge allowed the footage to play all the way through. When it was over, the judge looked at her with a serious expression, clearly disappointed. I knew in that moment that any attempt she had at playing the victim had just shattered. The truth was there for everyone to see, and no pretty words or fake tears could undo what the footage showed. She looked down, finally realizing she couldn't escape this. The judge set a new hearing to decide on the sentence, and I left the room feeling a different kind of weight. The revenge wouldn't bring back my car, and it certainly wouldn't restore the memory it represented. But there was something comforting in knowing she'd finally face the consequences of her actions. In the days that followed, her messages grew more desperate. She accused me of being cruel, said I was ruining her life, that I was making her pay too high a price for a simple mistake. In her mind, I was the villain, someone she could manipulate. I started blocking the calls, but the messages kept coming, each one like a scratch on my resolve trying to make me cave. But now none of it moved me. At the final hearing, the judge made the ruling. She was ordered to pay restitution for the damages, and her ex was also held liable for his part in the theft and destruction of the car. They were both charged with trespassing and theft with no chance to argue it was an innocent mistake after all that the footage showed. Hearing the sentence lifted a weight off my shoulders. She tried one last time to look at me, maybe a final attempt to appeal to me, but all I felt was disgust. She meant nothing to me anymore. As I walked out of the courtroom, I knew I'd never see her the same way again. She hadn't just destroyed a car. She destroyed trust, respect, and any remnants of love that had once been there. That night, she sent me one last message saying she hoped I'd be happy with my revenge. I deleted it without replying because the only thing I really wanted now was to move on and never hear her name again. I may have lost the car, but I gained something far more important. The freedom to move forward without someone so dishonest by my side, someone who only thought about herself. The days following the trial were almost unbearably silent. Her messages had stopped, but her family's chatter never did. They called, sent texts, and even showed up at my door. Each one of them wanted to defend that poor girl, claiming that I was overreacting, that her life shouldn't be ruined over one mistake. In other circumstances, maybe I would have felt some weight or compassion, but at that moment, the coldness inside me was unmatched. For weeks, I kept my distance from everyone and focused solely on myself. After all, I had suffered a loss. That car, beyond its material value, was my final connection to my father. We had worked on it together, and every part of it told a story of us. Losing the car and being betrayed by someone I trusted felt like reliving a goodbye. The pain cut deep, but I couldn't allow myself to be brought down. I decided to rebuild, but not before making sure she would pay for every single thing she had done to me. That's when the idea for my ultimate revenge started to take shape. The compensation covered part of the value, but I wanted her to feel every bit of the damage she caused. I used some of the money from the compensation to hire a private investigator. I knew she wouldn't be able to stay quiet. Someone like her always wanted more, and deep down, I wanted to see how far her lies went. It didn't take long to find out that, even after the trial, she was still meeting with her ex as if nothing had happened. The audacity was almost impressive. Discovering these meetings only strengthened my resolve. I needed to do more. One of the investigator's visits led to a suggestion that I make something public, something that wouldn't just affect her but also her ex and anyone else who was around, a kind of event that would make it clear to everyone exactly what kind of person she really was. That's when the idea of exposing everything hit me. I planned each detail like a meticulous event. A few weeks later, I arranged a small gathering for all our mutual acquaintances, her friends, work colleagues, and even distant relatives. I told everyone that I wanted to make an announcement about my recovery and close the chapter with her. Of course, she was invited, though I'm sure she was suspicious. On the night of the event, everything was set. She arrived with some friends, trying to maintain the appearance that nothing had happened, as though the entire incident was just a thing of the past. I greeted her with a fake smile and she returned it, but there was a look in her eyes. Curious, maybe even fearful. She had no idea what was coming. I waited for the right moment to step onto the makeshift stage and grab the microphone. The room fell silent, and I began to tell the story of the car, the betrayal, and the trial, but without directly mentioning her name. With each detail I revealed, I could see her face changing color. She tried to hide in the crowd, but it was impossible. I'd set everything up so that by the end, no one would have any doubt who the protagonist of this story really was. The climax of the night came when I revealed that I had proof she and her ex were still together. No one expected it, and I showed some photos from the investigations, the messages of apologies and insults she had sent me, even the exchange of texts between her and the ex discussing the race that wrecked my car. She tried to leave the room, but I had someone at the door to make sure no one could escape before the end. Her ex, who hadn't been invited, found out about the event and showed up just in time to see his reputation get dragged through the mud alongside hers. After exposing everything, I made sure to thank everyone for coming and informed them that the recording of the event would be sent to anyone who couldn't attend. The reaction was overwhelming. She screamed, called everyone hypocrites, and tried to defend herself, but no one was willing to listen. They had seen the truth, raw and unfiltered. The ex, seeing the damage, tried to drag her out, but the crowd united against both of them and started booing. In the days that followed, she lost her job, friends cut ties, and her family, tired of the lies, began to distance themselves. I knew this public humiliation was something she would never forget. She tried to reach out to me, sending messages where she called me a monster and said I ruined her life, but at last, the feeling of justice prevailed and I ignored every word. For the first time, I felt like the revenge had been complete. One day, however, when I least expected it, I received one last message from her. She said she was leaving the city, that I had made her lose everything, and that she never wanted to hear my name again. It was then that I felt the true closure I had been searching for. She was out of my life forever. The revenge brought a certain relief, and with time I started focusing on my own things, no longer looking back. I returned to working on cars, something I had put aside after everything that had happened. I restarted, made new friends, and slowly built a life free from the shadows of the past. I could finally breathe in peace, and as for her, I don't know, and honestly, I don't care. That chapter of my life is closed, locked, and buried. The future was finally clear, and I could move forward, no longer carrying the weight of a betrayal that nearly destroyed who I was. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name is Oliver. I'm 27 years old. And if you had told me 10 years ago that I'd one day inherit my grandfather's entire estate, worth a jaw-dropping $3.5 million, I would have laughed in disbelief. Back then, I didn't even know if I'd make it through the week, let alone to a point in life where I'd be sitting in a lawyer's office with my estranged parents staring at me like vultures circling their prey. The irony of it all is that these are the same parents who cut me off at 18, threw me out with nothing but a backpack, and told me I wasn't their responsibility anymore. Yet, here we are with them suddenly reappearing at the will reading as though the past decade hadn't happened. Growing up, my family was complicated. My mom and dad weren't poor by any means. We lived in a nice enough suburban home. My dad worked as a regional manager for a logistics company, and my mom was a part-time teacher who liked to act like she ran the entire neighborhood. But they had one fatal flaw. Appearances were everything. My older sister, Claire, was the golden child. Straight-A student, cheerleader, the one who never caused them trouble. She could do no wrong. I, on the other hand, was painted as the disappointment. I wasn't rebellious, not really. I just didn't fit their mold. I liked art more than football, books more than cars, and I had the stubborn streak that meant I questioned things they expected me to just accept. That, to them, was unforgivable. The cracks really started showing when I was a teenager. Anytime money was involved, it became a weapon. Claire got a brand new car for her 17th birthday while I was told to be grateful for hand-me-downs. She got her college tuition fully covered while I was told if I wanted to go, I'd better figure it out myself. And when I tried to push back, asking why things weren't equal, I got lectures about being a man and earning my place. My mom would roll her eyes and say things like, "Oliver, you've always been too sensitive. You expect the world to hand you things." My dad would mutter about how I'd never make it without them. I'll never forget one night at dinner when my father leaned across the table, looked me dead in the eye and said, "If you're still under our roof by 18, you're a failure." I laughed then because what else could I do? But inside I was crushed. When my 18th birthday came, they didn't just kick me out. They staged it like a performance. They sat me down, told me they were cutting me off financially, and said, "It's time for you to learn the value of hard work." They gave me no money, no support, not even a safety net. I walked out of that house with a backpack, 2 changes of clothes, and a part-time job that barely paid enough for groceries. That night, I slept in the back seat of my car. Meanwhile, Claire was posting Instagram photos from her sorority house, smiling with a shiny new MacBook and a credit card from Dad. The only person who didn't abandon me was my grandfather. He was my dad's father, and he'd always been different from the rest of them. Where my parents saw weakness, he saw potential. Where they mocked me for being quiet, he said, "Oh well, that's because you think before you speak." He didn't care that I wasn't the athlete or the golden child. He saw me for who I was. He'd invite me over for weekends, feed me, let me crash on his couch when things got bad. I never told him the full extent of what my parents had done, but he wasn't stupid. He saw the tension. He saw how I flinched when my dad's name came up. And over the years, he became more of a father to me than my actual dad ever was. Fast forward nearly a decade. I'd built a modest life for myself. It wasn't glamorous. I worked long hours, saved where I could, and kept my distance from my family. Claire would occasionally send me smug texts about her vacations or her new house just to remind me I was still beneath her. My parents? Silence, unless, of course, they needed something. Then suddenly, I get a call with my mom's syrupy voice. "Oliver, honey, how are you doing?" I knew better than to fall for it. I always kept my answers short. I wasn't going to be their backup plan. And then came the phone call I'd both dreaded and expected. My grandfather had passed away. It gutted me. Even though he'd been sick for a while, I'd convinced myself he'd pull through. Losing him felt like losing the only real family I'd ever had. When the lawyer called and told me I was expected at the will reading, I assumed I'd get maybe a watch or a letter, something sentimental. I didn't think for a second that I'd be the one inheriting everything. When I walked into that oak-paneled office, I froze. Sitting there, dressed like they were heading to a gala, were my parents and Claire. My mom's smile was wide. My dad's hand rested smugly on his knee. And Claire gave me this once-over like she was measuring how much I was worth now. I wanted to turn around and leave, but I forced myself into a seat. The air felt thick with their fake sweetness. My mom leaned over and whispered, "Don't worry, Oliver. We'll make sure the estate is taken care of properly." My dad added, "Yeah, of course. We'll manage it for you." They were already counting the money in their heads. I could see it in their eyes. They thought I was still that powerless kid they'd kicked to the curb. But then the lawyer cleared his throat, shuffled the papers, and said the words that made my heart pound. Per the wishes of the late Mr. Harold Montgomery, his entire estate, valued at approximately $3.5 million, is hereby left to his grandson, Oliver Montgomery. I swear time stopped. I looked up, and for a split second, I thought I saw my grandfather's smirk in my mind, like he'd been planning this moment all along. My parents' smiles froze in place. Claire's jaw actually dropped. And then the lawyer turned the page and said, "There are additional stipulations you'll want to hear." And that's where things took a turn none of us were prepared for. My mother was the first to recover from the shock, though her voice came out too high, too sweet, like she was trying to mask her panic. "Well, of course that makes sense," she said, clapping her hands together lightly. "Oliver was always so close to Dad. But naturally, Oliver will need our guidance. He's inexperienced with finances. We'll step in, won't we, dear?" She turned to my father, who nodded as if the whole thing were already decided. My father leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Yes, Harold meant well, I'm sure. But Oliver's not equipped to handle an estate of this size. $3.5 million is a lot for someone with no background. Could ruin him. It's only logical we manage the funds on his behalf." The way he said ruin him made my stomach twist. They didn't see me as a person. They saw me as an obstacle between them and a fortune. Claire smirked, tucking her hair behind her ear like she was already picturing herself shopping with the money. "Honestly, Oliver, don't take it the wrong way, but you've never been, well, responsible. Remember when you maxed out that tiny credit card freshman year?" She laughed under her breath as if that one mistake defined me forever. "And Dad's right. A sudden windfall could really mess you up. Let us help." The lawyer cleared his throat again, cutting through their little performance. "If I may, Mr. Montgomery specified very clearly that the estate belongs to Oliver alone. No trustees, no oversight, full control." His eyes flicked toward me briefly as if to say, "Your grandfather knew what they'd try to do. That didn't stop my parents." My mom put a hand on my arm, her nails digging just slightly into my sleeve. "Oliver, sweetheart, we only want what's best for you. We can guide you through this. Make sure you don't make mistakes. Think of it like a family effort. Grandpa would want us all to benefit." That word benefit hung heavy in the room. Benefit for them, not for me. I stayed quiet, trying to keep my face neutral. But inside, I was boiling. All those years of being told I wasn't enough, of being pushed aside for Claire, of sleeping in my car while they laughed over vacation photos, and now they thought they could swoop in and control the one thing my grandfather had left me. It wasn't even about the money in that moment. It was about their arrogance, the assumption that I couldn't possibly handle my own life without their guidance. Claire crossed her legs and leaned forward, her voice soft but dripping with condescension. "Look, Oliver, you've done fine for yourself, I guess. But this is different. You don't want to end up like those lottery winners who go broke in a year, right? I mean, think about it. You're not even a homeowner. You still rent, don't you? You don't have experience investing. What if you blow it all?" She gave a little shrug. "It just makes sense that Dad handles it. He's been managing money his whole career." What she didn't say, but I heard all the same, was that she thought I'd always be the failure, the one lagging behind, the one they could keep under their thumbs. The lawyer didn't even look up from his papers this time. Again, Mr. Montgomery's instructions are explicit. No one but Oliver is to control or manage the estate. My father's jaw tightened, but he forced a smile. "Of course, we're just concerned, that's all. You understand, son?" He said son, like it was some term of endearment, but it felt hollow. This was the same man who had told me I'd never make it without him, who had watched me pack my things on my 18th birthday without offering so much as $20 for food. Now, he wanted me to hand over millions out of gratitude. My mom gave a little laugh, tilting her head. Oliver, we always wanted the best for you. Maybe we were tough on you, but look how strong you've become. That was our way of preparing you. Don't hold grudges. Let's move forward as a family. I nearly choked at the hypocrisy. Preparing me by throwing me out? By letting me struggle while they showered Claire with everything? My grandfather had prepared me, not them. He taught me resilience, patience, and the value of quiet strength. Still, I said nothing. I wanted to hear every manipulative word. Let them dig their own holes. The lawyer continued reading through the stipulations, but I barely registered the words. My parents were whispering to each other, already strategizing. Claire tapped on her phone under the table, probably texting her boyfriend about how rich she was about to become. I sat still, but inside I felt something shifting. All those years of being dismissed, all those nights of wondering if I was worth anything. Suddenly I had the power, and they hated it. When the lawyer finally finished, my mom stood quickly, smoothing her skirt. Well, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Oliver, we'll discuss the details at home. You'll come over tonight, won't you? She said it as though it was already arranged, as though I'd automatically fall back into their orbit. My father added, yes, we'll get started on a plan. Investments, property management, taxes. Don't worry, we'll take care of everything. And Claire, with that same smug little smirk, leaned in close as we walked out. You're lucky, Oliver. If it weren't for us, you'd drown in all this. Don't forget who actually knows what they're doing. I clenched my jaw, my fists tight at my sides. Lucky? No, I wasn't lucky. I was chosen. My grandfather had seen through all of them and decided to put everything in my hands. And as much as they wanted to pretend otherwise, they weren't in control anymore. But I didn't say a word. Not yet, because I knew deep down that this was just the beginning. I left the law office that afternoon with my head spinning. The copy of my grandfather's will clutched in my hands like a lifeline. My parents had walked out with the kind of brittle smiles that come from swallowing disappointment, but I could feel their eyes burning into my back as I went. I knew them well enough to recognize that this wasn't the end of their schemes. It was only the start, and I wasn't wrong. That very evening, around 9 p.m., I got a knock at my apartment door. When I opened it, there stood Claire, looking like she'd just stepped off a runway, perfume clouding the air. She gave me that same little smirk and slipped past me without asking. Cute place, she said, glancing around the small living room with an exaggerated lift of her eyebrows. But let's be honest, Oliver, this won't do anymore. You'll need something grander. And you know who can help with that? Me. I closed the door slowly, already exhausted. What do you want, Claire? She plopped onto my couch like she owned it, crossing one leg over the other. Simple. I'm here to make sure you don't embarrass yourself with this inheritance. You've been living small for so long you don't even realize what you've got. Think about it. Dad knows investments. Mom knows people. And she twirled a strand of hair around her finger. I know style. Imagine the three of us helping you. We could turn Grandpa's estate into something bigger, but only if you stop being stubborn. Her words stung, not because they held truth, but because they mirrored every insult my parents had ever thrown at me. Small, stubborn, incompetent. She'd learned the script by heart. I don't need help, I said firmly. Grandpa left it to me. Not you. Not them. Me. Her smile faltered just slightly, but she covered it with a laugh. Oh, Oliver, you really think that? You think Grandpa didn't expect you to lean on the family? You wouldn't even have met with that lawyer if Mom hadn't told you the time. That's when I realized she wasn't here to help. She was here to test me. But the real betrayal came a week later. I got a call from the lawyer, his tone clipped. Oliver, I need to ask, did you authorize any changes to the estate account? My stomach dropped. No. What? There have been attempts to access the funds. Someone presented themselves at the bank as your representative. Luckily, the bank flagged it because of the stipulations in the will, but they were very insistent, claiming you had verbally authorized it. I knew immediately who it was, my parents. That night, I drove past their house. It looked exactly as I remembered. 2 cars in the driveway, the porch light glowing warmly, the picture of suburban comfort. I sat there in the dark, hands gripping the wheel, watching the home I'd been exiled from. And for the first time, I didn't feel sadness or longing. I felt cold, calculated, because this wasn't just manipulation anymore. This was theft. They were willing to break the law, to forge, to lie, just to strip me of what my grandfather had trusted me with. And then, as if the universe wanted to twist the knife, Claire texted me later that night. "Don't be naive, Oliver. Money belongs in the hands of people who know how to use it. Be smart or you'll lose it all." I stared at the message for a long time, my heart thudding in my chest. That was the moment something snapped. The betrayal wasn't just their attempt to steal from me. It was the realization that they would never see me as anything other than the weak link, the disposable one. They had cut me off at 18, laughed as I scraped by, and now that I finally had something of my own, they wanted to take it too. I put my phone down and sat in the dark, thinking about my grandfather. I remembered his voice, steady and firm. The way he'd look at me and say, "Oh well, don't let anyone tell you what you're worth. You decide that." For years, I hadn't believed him. But now, with my parents circling like sharks, I finally understood. That night marked the turning point. I wasn't going to let them manipulate me anymore. And I wasn't just going to protect what was mine. I was going to make them regret ever underestimating me. But I had no idea just how far they'd go next, or how ugly the fight was about to become. The days after the bank incident were some of the darkest I'd lived through since the night I was kicked out at 18. At first, I thought I could just ignore my parents' schemes, cut them out completely, and move on with my life. But that's not how they worked. They had this way of clawing into every crack, forcing themselves into places they didn't belong until you felt suffocated. I started noticing strange things. One morning, I went down to my car and found a deep scratch carved along the side. It wasn't random. It was deliberate, jagged, like someone had taken a key and dragged it from the front bumper to the tail light. Later that week, I got an email from my landlord saying they'd received multiple anonymous complaints about noise from my apartment. I lived alone. I barely played music and I worked late most nights. It was obvious someone was trying to make trouble for me. And then came the whispers. My parents still lived in the same town I'd grown up in, and they had their little circle of friends, the country club set, the church crowd, the neighbors who thrived on gossip. Suddenly, those people were looking at me differently when I ran errands around town. The cashier at the grocery store, who used to smile, now raised her eyebrows when I paid in cash. The woman at the gas station muttered, "Must be nice living off an old man's money." I knew where it came from. My parents had started painting me as the greedy, undeserving grandson who swooped in and stole the family estate. The worst part wasn't even the slander. It was the silence. The few friends I had in town stopped calling. They'd heard the rumors too, and maybe part of them believed it. I'd worked so hard to scrape together a reputation as someone dependable, someone who could be trusted, and now my parents were undoing it all. I hit a low point one night when I sat alone at my kitchen table, staring at the stack of bills in front of me. Not because I couldn't pay them, I had access to funds now, but because I was terrified. Terrified that if I used my grandfather's money too openly, it would feed the narrative my parents were spinning. Terrified that every move I made would be twisted into proof that I wasn't capable of handling what I'd been given. That's when the old doubts crept back in. Maybe they were right. Maybe I wasn't strong enough. Maybe I'd drown in this inheritance the way they said I would. For hours, I sat there replaying every insult, every dismissal, every memory of being told I was worthless. It was like I was 18 all over again, sleeping in the back seat of my car, wondering if I'd even make it to the next week. But then I opened the drawer of the table and inside was something I'd nearly forgotten. An envelope my grandfather had given me on my 21st birthday. I kept it all these years without ever really looking at it again. Inside was a letter written in his firm, slightly shaky handwriting. "Oliver, if you're reading this, I hope you've learned by now that the world doesn't give you anything it tries to take. Don't let them. You are stronger than you know, and one day you'll have to prove it. When that time comes, Don't shrink back. Stand tall. They can only take from you if you hand it to them. I read it over and over until the words burned into me. My grandfather had known. He had seen through my parents long before I ever did, and he had trusted me to rise above it. That night, something shifted in me. I was still at rock bottom, lonely, beaten down, overwhelmed, but I started to plan quietly, carefully. I began documenting everything. I kept copies of the bank's report about the attempted account access. I saved Claire's text messages. I wrote down every rumor I heard in town and where it had come from. At work, I started staying late, using the company's public computers to research estate law, trust funds, and property management. If they wanted to treat me like I was incapable, I was going to make sure I became the most capable person in the room. I didn't tell anyone what I was doing. I smiled when people sneered, stayed calm when my parents sent their little barbs, and acted like I was backing down. All the while, I was building something quietly beneath the surface. It was lonely, painful. Every day felt like walking a tightrope over an endless drop. But there was a strange power in the silence. For the first time, I wasn't reacting. I was preparing. And I had the distinct, unshakable feeling that my grandfather would have been proud. I didn't know when or how, but I swore to myself that the day would come when the balance shifted, when I'd stop being the target and start being the one holding the strings. I just didn't realize how quickly that opportunity would arrive or how brutally my parents would try to force my hand. The shift didn't happen overnight, but once it began, it felt unstoppable, like a tide finally turning in my favor after years of being dragged under. I kept my head down, worked long hours, and poured myself into learning everything I could about handling wealth responsibly. It wasn't about the money itself, not really. It was about proving to myself that I wasn't the helpless child my parents had always claimed I was. The first real turning point came when I hired a financial advisor. Not someone flashy or connected to my parents' world, but a quiet, meticulous man named Richard who had been recommended through a coworker. He wasn't impressed by the size of the estate, and he didn't treat me like a child. He sat across from me with a yellow legal pad, asked careful questions, and listened to my answers without judgment. By the end of our first meeting, he handed me a simple plan. Investments diversified, taxes covered, long-term security built in. "You're more than capable," he told me as we shook hands. "You just needed someone to confirm it." Those words lit something inside me. For the first time, I felt like I wasn't just holding on to my grandfather's gift out of fear. I was building on it. I used part of the estate to buy a modest home in a quieter part of town. Nothing ostentatious, nothing my parents could sneer at as showing off, but it was mine. Walking through those empty rooms the first night, I stood in the middle of the living room and just let the silence wash over me. No one could throw me out here. No one could tell me I didn't belong. The keys in my pocket were proof that I'd finally carved out something real. At work, too, things started to change. I'd been just another name on the payroll. But now, with the weight of my grandfather's letter in the back of my mind, I started pushing harder. I volunteered for projects, stayed late, delivered more than people expected. Slowly, people began to notice. Promotion came, small but significant. My boss told me, "You've got leadership in you, Oliver. You just need to believe it yourself." I didn't broadcast any of this. I knew better than to let my parents catch wind of how well things were going. But inevitably, word trickled out. Small-town gossip had a way of circling back. And soon enough, I started hearing whispers that only fueled me more. "He bought a house. He's got a new job title." Maybe Harold knew what he was doing after all. The rumors my parents had spread were starting to crack, replaced by something else. Respect, even if grudging. And that respect terrified my parents more than anything. One evening, Claire showed up at my new house uninvited. I didn't let her pass the porch. She stood there in heels, arms folded, her expression caught between disbelief and irritation. "Nice place," she said flatly. "Did you decorate it yourself? Or did you finally get someone to hold your hand?" I didn't bite. I just leaned against the door frame and said, "I'm doing fine, Claire. Better than fine." Her eyes narrowed. "Don't get cocky, Oliver. You think one house and a job promotion means you've won? Dad's already looking into ways to... She stopped herself, biting her lip, but I caught it. Dad's already looking into ways to what? Regain control? Undermine me? It didn't matter. I knew then that they hadn't given up. And that's when I realized my rise wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about positioning. Every step forward was leverage. Every success was a weapon they couldn't take from me. I began aligning myself with people outside of my family's reach. I joined a local charity board in my grandfather's name, honoring the work he'd quietly done for years. I worked with people who respected my grandfather, who remembered his integrity and generosity. With each handshake and each connection, I was weaving a net of support around myself, one my parents couldn't break with gossip alone. Inside, I was still cautious, still carrying the scars of those early years. But for the first time, I felt a quiet confidence building. My parents had expected me to stumble, to drown in responsibility. Instead, I was learning to swim in deeper waters than they ever imagined. Still, I kept my preparations hidden. I knew the storm wasn't over. If anything, it was gathering. And when it broke, I wanted to be ready because I could feel it coming. My parents weren't the type to accept defeat quietly. They tried manipulation. They tried theft. They tried slander. None of it had worked. The next move I knew would be bigger, more desperate. And when it came, I had to be in a position not just to defend myself, but to strike back. The setup came almost by accident, though in hindsight, it felt like my grandfather's hand guiding me even years after his passing. I'd been attending more of those charity board meetings, the ones I joined in his honor. And it was at one of these gatherings that I met a man named Daniel Grant. He was in his late 50s, a retired attorney with sharp eyes and the kind of calm presence that made you lean in when he spoke. He'd known my grandfather personally. Apparently, they played chess together every Thursday night for nearly a decade. When he found out who I was, his expression softened. "Harold was a rare man," he said, shaking my hand firmly. "I hope you know how proud he was of you." Something about the way he said it felt different, almost conspiratorial. Over coffee later that week, he leaned across the table and lowered his voice. "You should be careful, Oliver. Your grandfather, he anticipated there might be trouble after he passed. He put certain protections in place." I froze. "Protections? What kind of protections?" Daniel smiled faintly. "That's something we can talk about more formally. But let's just say Harold wasn't blind to your parents' nature. He made sure the estate would be safeguarded in ways they wouldn't expect. If they overstep, it won't just be morally wrong. It'll be legally disastrous for them." For the first time, I realized I wasn't just playing defense. I had ammunition. Over the next few weeks, Daniel helped me understand exactly what my grandfather had done. The estate wasn't just a lump sum of money. It was structured carefully. There were deeds, shares in a small portfolio of properties, and even a trust earmarked specifically for philanthropic projects in my name. More importantly, there were clauses, ironclad stipulations that explicitly disinherited my parents if they attempted to interfere or present themselves as representatives. My grandfather had written it all down, signed and notarized, as though he knew they would try to take what wasn't theirs. As Daniel laid it all out, piece by piece, I felt something shift inside me. All those years, I thought I was alone, powerless, scrambling to survive. It turned out my grandfather had been planning for this exact moment. He had seen the storm brewing, and he had left me not only the resources to withstand it, but the leverage to fight back. Meanwhile, my parents grew bolder. I started getting letters in the mail, formal-looking envelopes with their names typed neatly at the bottom. Proposals for how I should allocate the inheritance. One suggested putting Claire on the payroll as a family liaison. Another recommended selling off the estate properties to avoid management headaches, and, of course, funneling the proceeds into trusted family accounts. I didn't respond to any of them, but I kept each letter filed neatly in a folder Daniel advised me to maintain. "Paper trails are powerful," he told me. "Every word they put in writing is another rope they're tying around their own throats." At the same time, I was climbing higher in my own right. Work recognized me again, this time with a significant promotion that came with more authority and a seat at the table during strategy meetings. Suddenly, People who had once overlooked me were asking for my opinion, nodding when I spoke. It wasn't about the money anymore. It was about respect. Real respect earned through persistence and competence. And with respect came allies. The more people saw me stepping into my own, the more they pushed back quietly against the rumors my parents had seeded. At community events, I overheard comments like, "Oliver's really turned out well," and "You can tell Harold raised him right." Every little remark chipped away at the false image my parents had tried to build. The best part? They didn't know. They had no idea that while they were scheming behind closed doors, I was gathering allies, documents, and quiet influence. They thought I was still that boy they'd tossed out with nothing but a backpack. They thought I'd cave, hand over the reins, and thank them for it. But I wasn't that boy anymore. I was a man with power they couldn't see coming. And then came the moment that tied everything together. One evening, Daniel handed me a small leather-bound notebook, worn at the edges. "Your grandfather asked me to hold on to this until I felt you were ready," he said. Inside were pages of my grandfather's handwriting, notes, reflections, and at the back, a detailed outline of how to counter every move he predicted my parents might make. He hadn't just left me money, he had left me a playbook. As I closed the notebook, my hands trembling, I realized something with bone-deep certainty. The time for simply surviving was over. I wasn't just going to defend what was mine. I was going to set the stage so that when my parents inevitably made their next move, I'd be ready to crush it completely. They wanted to play games with me? They had no idea I was already holding the winning hand. The breaking point came faster than I expected. My parents had been circling for months, sending letters, hinting through neighbors, and making not-so-subtle remarks whenever we crossed paths in town. But when they finally made their move, they went big. Too big. One crisp autumn morning, I got a call from Daniel. His voice was calm, but there was a sharpness to it I hadn't heard before. "Oliver, your parents filed a petition with the court this morning. They're claiming you're unfit to manage the estate and are requesting guardianship of the assets." Guardianship? They were actually trying to have me declared incompetent at 27 years old. After everything I'd built for myself, I almost laughed when he told me. The absurdity of it was nearly overwhelming. But then the sting hit, because this wasn't just another attempt to manipulate me behind closed doors. This was public. This was them dragging my name through the mud, trying to brand me as incapable in front of the entire community. And that was their mistake. Daniel and I had been preparing for months, quietly collecting every scrap of evidence of their interference. The attempted bank access, the manipulative letters, the rumors they'd spread, the ironclad stipulations my grandfather had laid out with surgical precision. Piece by piece, we had built a case so airtight it practically glowed. The court date arrived on a gray Tuesday morning. I walked into that courtroom in a simple suit. No entourage, no theatrics. My parents were already seated, flanking Claire like loyal soldiers. They looked smug, confident, as though the outcome was already sealed. My mother even had the nerve to smile at me, her expression syrupy sweet, like she was forgiving me for forcing this spectacle. But when the judge called us to order and my parents' attorney began his opening statement, the cracks showed immediately. He painted me as irresponsible, emotionally unstable, someone prone to financial recklessness. He cited my lack of experience and my modest background. Claire nodded dramatically at each point, playing her role to perfection. And then it was our turn. Daniel rose slowly, his presence commanding without needing to raise his voice. "Your Honor, what we have here is not a question of competence, but of greed." He began laying out the documents, one after another. The forged attempt at the bank, the letters proposing that I hand over control, the text messages dripping with condescension, the stipulations in the will that explicitly disinherited my parents if they so much as attempted to interfere. The courtroom grew quieter with each piece of evidence. My parents shifted uncomfortably, their smugness slipping. Claire's jaw tightened, her arms folding across her chest. And then came the final blow. Daniel held up the leather-bound notebook my grandfather had left me. Mr. Montgomery anticipated this very situation. In his own handwriting, he described his concerns about his son and daughter-in-law's history of manipulation. He wrote, and I quote, "If they attempt to take what is not theirs, it will be proof enough of why I chose Oliver." The words echoed in the courtroom like a gavel strike. I saw my mother's face pale, my father's fists clench, Claire's eyes dart to the floor. When the judge finally spoke, her tone was crisp and final. The petition is denied. The estate will remain solely in Oliver Montgomery's control. Furthermore, this court cautions the petitioners against any further attempts to undermine the explicit wishes of the deceased. This matter is closed. It was over in less than an hour, but the fallout was instant. My parents' attempt to seize control had not only failed, it had publicly exposed them for exactly what they were: manipulative, greedy, desperate. As we left the courtroom, my mother tried one last time. She reached out, her voice trembling with false warmth. "Oliver, sweetheart, we only did this for you. You don't understand how much pressure this is. Let us." I stopped and looked at her, calm in a way I hadn't been my entire life. "No," I said simply. "You did it for yourselves. Grandpa knew it. And now everyone else does too." Her hand froze in the air before dropping to her side. My father muttered something under his breath, but he couldn't even meet my eyes. Claire stormed ahead, her heels clicking like gunshots against the marble floor. I walked out of that courthouse with the weight of years lifted from my shoulders. Not only had I defended my grandfather's trust, but I'd done it with a calm they never expected from me. They had underestimated me every step of the way, and in the end, their own arrogance had undone them. But this was only the beginning of their reckoning. Because while the courtroom had settled the legal battle, the real fallout, the social, the personal, the irreversible, was still waiting, just around the corner. The weeks after the court hearing were like watching dominoes fall, one after another in slow motion. My parents had walked into that courtroom believing they'd win, believing they could bend the world the same way they'd bent me when I was young. But the judge's ruling had done more than deny their petition. It had stripped away the illusion they'd built for decades. And once the mask slipped, the whole town began to see them differently. Started small. My mom's circle of friends at the country club, the ones she'd spent years gossiping with, began to distance themselves. Where once she'd been the center of attention, now conversation stopped when she walked into the room. One woman even told me quietly, "We had no idea how badly they treated you, Oliver." "I'm sorry." My mom tried to keep up appearances, but the icy smiles and hushed whispers told me her reputation was collapsing. My father fared no better. His company had heard about the hearing. Small towns have a way of carrying stories into every corner. Suddenly, his financial expertise wasn't such an asset anymore. Clients grew weary, meetings were canceled, and eventually, word spread that he'd been asked to take an early retirement. For a man whose identity was tied entirely to his career, the humiliation was devastating. And Claire? Oh, Claire. Her fall was the sharpest of all. She had built her social status on the back of being the golden child, the one who could do no wrong, the one who mocked me while being showered with gifts. But after the hearing, people saw her differently. At parties, she was no longer the center of attention, just the girl who had tried to steal from her own brother and failed. Her boyfriend left her not long after, and I heard through the grapevine that she'd moved back in with my parents. The three of them under one roof again, feeding off each other's bitterness like a slow poison. Meanwhile, my own life expanded in ways I hadn't imagined. The estate wasn't just money, it was opportunity. I invested in myself, in projects my grandfather would have been proud of. The charity board grew into something larger, and I found myself stepping into leadership roles where my voice mattered. For the first time in my life, I wasn't the outsider. I wasn't the disappointment. I was someone people respected. But the most powerful moment came one evening when I drove past my parents' house. The same house I'd been thrown out of at 18 with nothing but a backpack. The porch light was on, but the lawn was unkempt. The shutters were in need of paint. The house looked tired, worn down, almost like the people inside it. I parked across the street for a while, watching. Memories washed over me. The night of my exile, the years of mockery, the endless comparisons to Claire. For so long, this place had represented my failure, my shame. But now, looking at it, I felt nothing but clarity. They hadn't destroyed me. They had forged me. Every insult, every dismissal, every cruel word had built the resolve I carried now. And then I realized the revenge was complete. Not because I had humiliated them in court, not because they'd lost their standing, but because I no longer needed their approval. Their power over me was gone entirely. I rolled down my window, letting the cool night air in, and whispered to myself words I'd never dared say before. Grandpa was right. I decide what I'm worth. With that, I put the car in gear and drove away, leaving the house and everything it represented behind me. They had tried to cut me out of their lives. In the end, I had cut them out of mine. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name's Eli. I'm 27 and I've always been the quiet one in the family. Not in a shy, shrinking violet kind of way, but the type who learned early that speaking up often got met with an eye roll, a dismissive laugh, or a "don't be so sensitive" from my mom. It wasn't always that way. Or maybe it was, and I just didn't recognize it as a kid, but I do now. It was especially clear on my birthday this year when everything that had been simmering beneath the surface for years finally boiled over. Let me back up. My younger brother Caleb turned 25 in March. Our parents threw him what can only be described as a luxury weekend getaway. They rented a lake house 3 hours out of town. A modern glass cabin with a wraparound deck, hot tub, fire pit, private dock, the whole deal. They flew in 2 of his friends from out of state and even hired a private chef for the weekend. The photos were all over Facebook. My mom captioned them, "So proud of our baby boy, celebrating Caleb in style. He deserves the world." There were group shots of them toasting champagne, fishing, playing poker, laughing around a campfire. One picture was just Caleb with the caption, "A king deserves a castle." I didn't like the photos. I didn't comment. I didn't say anything really, but that was the first time I felt it in my chest. Not like jealousy, but this slow creeping realization they wouldn't do this for me. Not because they couldn't, but because they wouldn't think I was worth it. Still, I brushed it off. Caleb's always been the golden child. He's loud, charming, effortlessly social. I was the straightest student growing up, the one who didn't cause trouble, the one who stayed up late studying instead of sneaking out. And somehow that made me invisible. But I figured maybe for my birthday they'd still do something. My birthday was 2 weeks ago, April 5th. I cleared the day just in case. Didn't plan anything with friends. Didn't book anything myself. I didn't want to step on any surprise plans, you know. Around 1 p.m., I got a text from my mom. "Stop by the house when you're free today." That was it. No exclamation point. No happy birthday. Nothing. I sighed, but I went. I told myself maybe she was just playing it cool. Maybe they were planning something small but heartfelt. I got there around 3 p.m. Caleb was on the couch scrolling on his phone. Dad was out back mowing the lawn. Mom was in the kitchen humming. When she saw me, she smiled like I just dropped in on a Tuesday. "Oh, hey, Eli," she said. "You made it." I stood in the entryway for a beat. "Yeah, you said to stop by." She nodded, wiped her hands on a dish towel, then reached into the fridge. "I picked up a cupcake for you," she said, placing it on the counter. It was one of those generic grocery store ones. Chocolate base, white icing, no candle. She handed me a card, plain white envelope, already half opened. Inside was a folded piece of cardstock that said, "Maybe next year," in metallic lettering. That was it. No personal message. No joke. Just that. Caleb didn't even look up. I gave a small laugh, more out of disbelief than humor. "That's it." My mom raised her eyebrows. "Excuse me, this is it? A store-bought cupcake and a card that literally says, 'Maybe next year?'" She leaned back against the counter, arms crossed. "Don't be so sensitive, Eli. You're an adult. We figured you didn't need all the hoopla." But Caleb got a whole weekend retreat. A chef, a cabin, a crown that said, "Birthday King." "Well, Caleb's been going through a hard time," she snapped. "And he's more celebratory. You're so private. We didn't think you'd want a big fuss." I just stood there, the card limp in my hand, the cupcake starting to sweat under the fluorescent lights. My face was hot, but my voice stayed calm. "It's not about a big fuss. It's about the difference. She rolled her eyes. Honestly, Eli, this is exactly why we didn't plan anything. You always make everything about you. That did something to me, something deep. I'd spent most of my life excusing this exact kind of treatment, telling myself they meant well, that I was just imagining things. But in that moment, I realized it wasn't me. It never was. I didn't argue. I didn't raise my voice. I just reached into my jacket pocket, pulled out my phone, snapped a photo of the lone cupcake sitting next to the card. I looked at my mom and said, "Thanks." Then I turned around and left. I got in my car, drove straight to my apartment, and booked a flight to Lisbon for the next morning. I've been saving up for a vacation for 2 years, waiting for the right moment. Well, this was it. That night, as I was packing, I got a text from my dad. No greeting, just, "Where did you go?" I didn't reply. Instead, I posted a photo on my Instagram. Me at the airport lounge, boarding pass in hand. Caption, "Birthday retreat. No chef required." Within an hour, Caleb liked it. So did my cousin Danielle. Then I saw Mom had viewed my story. 10 minutes later, her name lit up my screen. I let it ring. Then I silenced it. I sat back, sipped my drink, and waited for the next ping. It didn't take long. Another call. Then a text. "Eli, this isn't funny. Call me." But I wasn't trying to be funny. I was done being the afterthought. I was finally putting myself first. And Lisbon was just the beginning. I landed in Lisbon early the next morning, just as the sun was spilling gold over the terracotta rooftops. The air was cool, crisp, and smelled faintly of ocean and pastry. I took a deep breath the moment I stepped out of the airport, and for the first time in a long time, I felt light. Not in a vacation kind of way, more like a weight had been quietly lifted off my back. One I didn't even know I'd been carrying for most of my life. My hotel was a small place tucked between 2 faded pink buildings in the Alfama district. It had crooked walls and a little balcony overlooking the city. The bed creaked when I sat on it. The floors were old but clean, and it felt like mine. Like no one here expected anything from me or decided who I was before I even spoke. I didn't respond to my parents' texts. Not right away, not after the 4th call either. It was only when I posted a photo of a pastel de nata on my story captioned, "Breakfast of Kings," that the tone of the messages changed. At first, it was confusion. "You're in Portugal? Is this a work trip? You didn't tell anyone you were leaving." Then came the guilt. "We just wanted a low-key day. Caleb didn't even ask for all that stuff. We just thought he needed it. It was supposed to be funny, the card. You're taking it too seriously." But the last one from my mom stuck with me. It read, "You always act like we treat you so horribly, but you never say what you actually want. Maybe if you spoke up more, things would be different." That's when I realized she didn't get it. She never had. This wasn't about me wanting balloons and a party. This wasn't about jealousy. This was about years of being overlooked, minimized, and told that I was too quiet or too sensitive anytime I pointed it out. It was about them bending over backwards for Caleb while I became background noise they only acknowledged when it was convenient or when I stopped playing along. On the second night, I sat in a tiny fado bar sipping my drink while a woman sang with tears in her voice. I stared at my phone, her voice haunting and soft behind me, and I finally texted my dad back. I went somewhere I mattered. I didn't hear back right away, but the next day I got a group message. It was from Caleb. It said, "Dude, what is going on? Mom's freaking out. She thinks you're like disappearing or something. She's calling every cousin asking where you are. And why are you being so dramatic? It was just a cupcake. Grow up." I didn't answer that one either. Instead, I scrolled through Airbnb and extended my stay. 2 more weeks. I started making lists of things I wanted to see. Crazy. Maybe even hop over to Spain. I hadn't even told my job I'd be gone this long. But after years of never using my vacation days, they owed me and I owed this to myself. By the 5th day, the narrative back home had shifted. My aunt messaged me out of the blue. "Heard you're in Europe. Good for you. You deserve some spoiling. Let me know if you want the family to back off." Then came another message from my older cousin Greg, who I hadn't seen in years. "Bro, I remember your 18th birthday. You got a card and a handshake. Caleb got a car at 18. Just saying. You're not crazy. I stared at that one for a while. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't overreacting. I had normalized being treated like an afterthought for so long that the moment I pushed back, everyone acted like I'd lost my mind. But here's the thing about space. It gives you perspective. And what I started to realize as I explored cobbled alleyways and watched sunsets over the Teju River was that maybe I'd never been the problem. They just didn't like when I stopped playing my role. By the 7th day, things at home reached a new level of frantic. My mom had posted a cryptic status on Facebook. When your children vanish on you without a word, you start to wonder if the world is upside down. It had over 60 comments. A few relatives jumped in with, "Hope everything's okay," or "Message me." One even tagged me. I didn't respond. Instead, I posted a photo. Me at a cafe in Belém, sunglasses on, smiling. Caption: sometimes the best birthday gift is peace. Not 5 minutes later, my phone rang. Mom again. I ignored it. Then a message came through. This time not from my parents, not from Caleb. It was from my dad's work email. "Eli, please call me. This is getting out of hand." I sat back. Why would he message me from work? Then almost immediately after came another message from my boss. "Hey, your mom called the office looking for you. Said it was urgent. Everything all right?" My hands went cold. They weren't just panicking. They were escalating, involving people who had no business being part of this. And suddenly, I knew this wasn't just about my birthday anymore. This was about control. About the way they'd always kept tabs on me, defined me, boxed me in, and how now the moment I slipped outside their lines, they were trying to pull me back like a stray dog. I took a deep breath, heart pounding, and typed out one final message. "You didn't worry when I was at your house holding a cupcake alone. Don't start worrying now. I'm fine. I'm just not coming back the same." And I meant it because the old version of me, the one who tolerated the silence, the minimization, the guilt trips masked as jokes, he wasn't on this trip. He stayed back home next to that sad cupcake on the kitchen counter. But the version of me who was sipping espresso in the Lisbon sun, he was just getting started. And the next thing I did made it very, very clear that I wasn't asking for their permission anymore. The next morning I woke up to a dozen missed calls. 2 from my dad, 3 from my mom, 1 from Caleb. The rest all unrecognizable numbers. Probably my mom calling from different phones or worse, relatives she'd roped into the drama. But I didn't care. I was done playing the obedient son who always kept the peace. The one who said it's fine when it clearly wasn't. I wasn't coming back to the same script where I showed up, got overlooked, and somehow still ended up being the one who had to apologize. After brushing my teeth, I walked down to a small bakery around the corner from my hotel. The woman behind the counter greeted me like she did every morning, warm, cheerful, with a genuine smile. I ordered 2 pastries and a coffee and took a seat outside. The sky was soft, blue, streaked with clouds, and the street below was waking up. Locals sweeping their stoops, kids walking to school, a man selling books from a wooden cart. I watched them with a strange sort of envy. These strangers didn't know my name, my history, or what I was running from, but they treated me better than my own family did. And that realization hit harder than I expected. That afternoon, I did something I'd never done before. I turned off my phone. Completely off. Not on silent, not on do not disturb. I shut it down and left it in the hotel room. Then I walked for hours through winding alleys and open plazas, past old churches and vibrant murals. I got lost somewhere near Barro Alto and stumbled into a tiny gallery where a man was painting scenes from his dreams. He said I had sad eyes but strong shoulders. I laughed and told him that was probably the most accurate thing anyone had said to me all year. I didn't think about my mom or my dad or the cupcake or Caleb and his lake house weekend. Instead, I thought about myself, who I was when I wasn't constantly shrinking to fit the space they allowed me. That night, I bought a journal. First page, I wrote, "You are not selfish for choosing yourself." Second page, "They only call it overreacting when they don't like the reaction." Third page, I listed every time I had been pushed to the side. My 18th birthday, they forgot it until dinner. then gave me a $20 gas card while Caleb got a party with friends and a cake shaped like a football. College graduation. They arrived late and left early for Caleb's soccer game, even though I gave the valedictorian speech. Christmas 2 years ago, I bought thoughtful gifts for everyone. Caleb forgot mine entirely. Mom said, "He's just busy. Don't guilt-trip him." The list went on. It wasn't about the gifts. It was the pattern, the message: you're not the priority. You're not even close. The next day, I turned my phone back on. It exploded instantly. A barrage of messages, voicemails, missed calls, and surprisingly, screenshots. Someone had apparently seen my Instagram post and sent it to the extended family group chat. Now, uncles and aunts were weighing in. Some were sympathetic. "Eli, I had no idea. That post broke my heart. You always were so quiet. Maybe too quiet. I wish I'd said something." Others, "Not so much. Running off and airing dirty laundry on social media. Not the adult thing to do. So dramatic. Everyone gets a cupcake birthday once in a while." Then came the one that pushed everything over the edge. My mom had texted a photo of my empty childhood bedroom. The furniture was rearranged. The bed was gone. My books boxed up. My desk replaced with a treadmill. She captioned it, "Didn't think you were coming back. Figured we'd use the space. No love you. No come home when you're ready. No apology, just that." Like I was an inconvenience they were happy to be rid of. I sat there staring at the screen, jaw clenched, heart thudding. And in that moment, something inside me flipped. Not sadness, not anger, but something colder, clearer: resolve. I took a deep breath and responded with one message: "You don't have to make space for me. I've already found mine." And then I did the thing they never expected me to do. I logged into my bank account. I'd been quietly saving for years. While Caleb bounced from job to job, leaning on my parents every time rent was due, I built something real. Investments, a growing side business, a 6-figure safety net, and now I was going to use it, not just for plane tickets and pastries, but for something bigger. A few calls, some paperwork, a leap of faith. By the end of the week, I signed the lease on a small apartment right in the heart of Lisbon. Brick walls, open windows, a writing nook overlooking the street. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine. And then I did one more thing. I drafted an email, a simple, polite message. Not angry, not dramatic. Subject: resignation notice. I explained I was pursuing new opportunities abroad and thanked them for everything. I didn't mention my mom or her calls to the office or how humiliating that was, but I think my boss understood. Her reply came 10 minutes later: "We'll miss you, Eli, but good for you. Go live your life." And that was it. The ties were cut. No more calendar reminders for family birthdays I'd be forgotten at. No more showing up out of obligation. No more explanations for why I didn't make more of an effort. I had made all the effort for years, quietly, patiently, kindly, and I was done. But just when I thought the story had reached its quiet, peaceful ending, just when I began to believe they'd finally let it go, something happened. Something that pulled me right back in. Something that made all the calls, the guilt, the silence look like child's play in comparison. And when I found out what they'd done next, I realized they weren't just trying to pull me home. They were trying to erase me. I found out on a random Thursday morning. I just finished my walk along the waterfront, coffee in hand, sun on my back. Life was quieter now, more still. I'd adjusted to the rhythm of Lisbon like it was always mine. No more checking my phone every few minutes. No more jumping at the sound of a buzz or wondering what kind of guilt trip would come next. I'd learned to live in the pause between breaths, to sit in silence without needing to fill it. But that morning, an email hit my inbox from an old college friend, Jason. We hadn't spoken in almost a year, but I remembered him being friendly with Caleb once upon a time. The subject line was short: "Saw this. Thought you should know." The email only had one sentence: "Your brother posted this." Attached was a screenshot of a Facebook post from Caleb. The caption read, "Family isn't about who runs off when things get hard. It's about who stays. I'm proud to be here helping Mom and Dad rebuild after Eli's betrayal." Under it was a photo. My old room painted over in a sterile shade of beige. The bookshelves cleared. My college diploma, which had hung on the far wall for years, was gone. In its place was a framed photo of Caleb shaking hands with some local business owner. The caption below that image read, "New beginnings." The comments were worse. "Aunt Marissa, so proud of you for stepping up. Eli always was different." My cousin's wife, Shamey, couldn't just talk to the family? Vanishing like that. Immature. And then the kicker from my own mother. Sometimes the prodigal son doesn't return, but the son who stays builds the future. My hands went numb. I read that sentence 5, 6, 7 times. They weren't just erasing me from the room. They were rewriting the story. Suddenly, I wasn't the quiet, steady one who kept the peace. I was the son who ran, the one who left them behind, the one who didn't care. Caleb wasn't the golden boy anymore. He was the savior, the martyr, the one who stayed to help mom and dad in their hard time. A hard time they created for themselves. But here's what hit me hardest. They knew I wouldn't defend myself publicly. They were banking on it. They knew I hated drama, confrontation, spectacle. They counted on me watching silently from across the ocean as they rewrote the truth. That's when I made a decision. No more silence. No more disappearing to keep the peace. I opened my laptop and began to type. I didn't write a scathing, venomous post. That's not who I am. But I did write the truth calmly, carefully, like someone laying down receipts after years of being doubted. I posted it with no photo, just words. For those of you who have been told a story about me, here's mine. I didn't run off. I didn't abandon anyone. I simply stopped trying to earn the love and respect that should have been freely given by the people who raised me. On my brother's birthday, our parents rented a lake house, hired a private chef, and celebrated him like royalty. On mine, I received a single store-bought cupcake and a card that read, "Maybe next year." When I expressed hurt, I was told I was being too sensitive. I took a photo of the gift, quietly left, and booked a flight to Lisbon. That decision was not a tantrum. It was a boundary. For years, I played the role they needed. Quiet, helpful, low maintenance. I watched as my milestones were skipped, my accomplishments downplayed, and my feelings dismissed. And still, I stayed loyal. I gave the benefit of the doubt. I showed up until I realized showing up for people who never show up for you is not noble. It's self-abandonment. I've received dozens of messages since I left. Some kind, others cruel. To those who say I should have just spoken up, I did many times. It just didn't matter until I stopped playing along. I don't need pity. I don't need applause. I just want the truth to live somewhere untouched by guilt trips and half-truths. I didn't run. I chose peace. And sometimes choosing peace means walking away from people who refuse to see you clearly. I clicked post, and then I turned off my phone again for 2 days. When I turned it back on, I wasn't prepared for what I saw. Hundreds of comments, dozens of messages. My story had been shared, screenshotted, reposted. People, friends, distant relatives, even strangers were chiming in. This hit me hard. I've been the background sibling, too. Thank you for saying what so many of us can't. This is why emotional neglect is so hard to explain. It's invisible until it's undeniable. But one message stood out. It was from Danielle, my cousin on my dad's side. We hadn't spoken in years. "Eli, I always thought something was off with how they treated you. I just didn't know how to say it. I'm sorry. I see you and I'm glad you got out." That was the beginning. The beginning of other voices coming forward. Not everyone took my side. Some doubled down. My mom predictably posted another passive-aggressive message. Some people air their wounds instead of healing them. Caleb messaged me once. "Congrats on your little pity parade. You always loved playing victim." I didn't respond because I wasn't playing anything anymore. I was done performing, and life quietly began to fill with real things. I joined a writing group in Lisbon, got a part-time job editing English-language articles for a travel magazine. I started cooking again, something I hadn't done since college. I made friends, real ones, who didn't know anything about Caleb or the cupcake or the house I used to live in. Friends who laughed at my jokes, not at me, who invited me out without expecting anything, who listened when I spoke. A month after the post went viral, I got an email from a publisher who'd seen it and wanted to talk about expanding it into a memoir. I wasn't sure at first, but then I remembered all the messages I'd received. People saying I put into words what they'd felt for years. Maybe my story wasn't just mine. Maybe it was a mirror for others, too. And maybe, just maybe, my voice, once dismissed as too quiet, was finally loud enough to matter. I accepted the deal. A year later, my book hit shelves in 10 countries. Maybe next year, choosing yourself when they never did. The dedication page read simply, "For the kids with cupcakes and cards who kept waiting for next year, your piece doesn't need their permission." My parents never reached out again. Caleb did once, sent me a screenshot of the book cover and said, "Hope the attention was worth it." I didn't reply because it was never about attention. It was about truth, and truth, when spoken clearly, echoes in places silence never could. So here I am, living in a sun-drenched apartment on a quiet Lisbon street. Writing, laughing, loving, not loudly, not perfectly, but fully, finally. And when April 5th rolls around each year now, I don't wait for a text. I buy myself the biggest, fluffiest cupcake in the bakery with candles and sprinkles and a handwritten card tucked beside it that says, "You're worth celebrating this year, every year." And for the first time in my life, I believe it. Now on to the next story. Story 6. Growing up, it was always my sister, Emily, who got the special treatment. I tried not to let it get to me when we were younger. I figured maybe Emily just needed more attention, or maybe I was just more independent. But as we got older, it became impossible to ignore. Every little thing she did was celebrated like it was God knows what. Got an A on a test. Let's have a family dinner to celebrate. Landed a summer job at some cafe? We're so proud of you, Emily. Let's buy you something special. Meanwhile, I had to work twice as hard for half the recognition. When I got a full scholarship to college, they said, "That's nice, honey," before they went back to discussing Emily's weekend plans. When I landed a job in my field right after graduation. Nothing, not even a good job. I thought maybe, just maybe, it would get better as we became adults, but no. If anything, it got worse. Which brings me to last weekend. A few days prior, my parents called me out of the blue. "We're having a little family celebration this Saturday," my mom said. "It would mean a lot if you could come." Now, that alone should have been a red flag. My parents never invited me to anything unless it involved Emily in some way. But I tried to stay optimistic. Maybe this was different. Maybe for once they actually wanted me around. So, like a fool, I said yes. When I arrived at the restaurant, the place was packed. My parents, aunts, uncles, cousins. Everyone was there, all gathered around a long table set up with decorations. My stomach twisted. This wasn't just some small dinner. This was a full-on event. And then I saw the banner. "Congratulations, Emily." I clenched my jaw. Of course this was about her again. I plastered on a fake smile and walked toward the table, looking for a seat. That's when Emily turned to me, her lips curling into a smirk. "Oh," she said, loud enough for everyone to hear. "I didn't know you were coming." Mom glanced at me, looking uncomfortable. "Well, Emily cut her off with a laugh. "I mean, this is for family." She just gestured toward the full table where every single seat was taken. I suddenly realized there was no place set for me. I stared at my mom. "There's no seat for me?" Mom shifted in her chair, avoiding my gaze. My dad, as usual, just sat there, saying nothing. "We didn't know if you'd be free," Mom mumbled. Emily snorted. "Or if you'd even bother to show up. You're never around for family stuff." Family stuff? Like all the events they conveniently forgot to invite me to? I let out a slow breath and turned to my dad. "So, what's the big occasion? What are we celebrating?" Emily beamed. "I got promoted." I blinked. "Didn't you just start the job 2 months ago?" "Yeah. And now I'm assistant manager." I almost laughed. I had busted my back to get my degree, spent years working my way up in my field, and never got so much as a pat on the back. But Emily gets a promotion 2 months into an entry-level job, And suddenly she's the second coming of Einstein? I should have been angry. I should have yelled, made a scene. But instead, I just nodded. Got it. Then, without another word, I turned and walked out. I didn't even look back. Let them have their little celebration. Let them pat her on the back for something that barely deserved a mention. I was done trying to fit into a family that clearly didn't have space for me. I drove home, half expecting my phone to blow up with messages asking where I went, but nothing. Not a single call. And then the next morning, there was a knock at my door. I opened it to find my parents standing there looking sheepish. My mom was wringing her hands and my dad just looked exhausted. Before I could say anything, my mom sighed. We need to talk. I stared at them, my fingers tightening around the door frame. Talk about what? My mom sighed dramatically, as if I was the one being difficult. Can we come in? I crossed my arms. That depends. What do you need to talk about? My dad finally spoke up, rubbing his temples. Look, we need a favor. A favor? Now they needed me? I should have slammed the door in their faces right then and there, but curiosity got the better of me. I stepped aside, letting them in. They walked straight to my living room like they owned the place. My mom perched on the couch, smoothing down her shirt like she was preparing for some serious negotiation. My dad remained standing, shifting awkwardly. I leaned against the wall. All right, what is it? Mom gave a small, tight smile. About last night. I arched a brow. So they do feel bad? We need you to cover the bill. I blinked. What? She sighed like I was being slow. The dinner bill. It was a bit higher than we expected. My stomach dropped, then flipped right into rage. I stared at them, waiting for some kind of punchline. You want me to pay for it? Dad nodded, looking mildly uncomfortable. You have some money laying around, right? I mean, you're doing well for yourself. I laughed short and sharp. You're kidding. Mom shook her head, completely serious. Emily's promotion was a big deal. We wanted to celebrate properly, but the bill ended up being more than we thought. Since you, she gave me a pointed look, didn't contribute in any other way, we figured you could at least help out financially. I actually felt lightheaded. You didn't even save me a seat, and now you want me to pay for it? Mom rolled her eyes. Don't be dramatic. Oh, I'm sorry, is this dramatic? I gestured wildly at them. Because I'm pretty sure you just showed up at my door to shake me down for money after pretending I don't exist. Dad cleared his throat. Look, we're not asking for the whole thing, just a few hundred. It's really not that much for you. I clenched my jaw. How much was the bill? Mom hesitated. $1,200. I nearly choked. $1,200? She had the audacity to look embarrassed. Well, we got some expensive drinks and your uncle ordered a few extra things and I cut her off. And why is this my problem? Mom sighed, acting like I was the one being unreasonable. Emily doesn't make as much as you, and we paid for most of her college. We thought it was only fair if you helped out just this once. I felt something snap inside me. Oh, I see. You paid for her college but not mine. And now because I worked my butt off to make a decent living, you want me to bail you out after treating me like an afterthought for years. Mom's lips pressed together. We're family. I laughed again, but this time there was no humor in it. No, we're not. Family doesn't do what you did last night. Dad sighed. Just be reasonable. We know you have savings. I tilted my head. And how exactly do you know that? Neither of them answered. Oh. I let out a slow breath. Did you guys go through my finances? Mom quickly shook her head. Of course not. Well, your aunt mentioned you got a bonus recently and we thought. I held up a hand. Stop. Just stop. They actually had the nerve to look offended. Mom sighed again, switching tactics. Look, sweetheart, we love you, but you need to stop holding on to grudges. It was a misunderstanding last night. I leveled her with a stare. A misunderstanding? You deliberately didn't save me a seat. Emily basically rubbed it in my face, and none of you even thought to call when I left. But now that you need money, suddenly I matter. Silence. I shook my head. You know what? No, I'm not paying a cent. Mom's face darkened. Don't be selfish. I scoffed. Oh, you want to talk about selfishness? Let's go there. I crossed my arms, my voice ice cold. Selfish is throwing a huge dinner for Emily's promotion while never acknowledging anything I've achieved. Selfish is expecting me to foot the bill for a celebration I wasn't even welcome at. Selfish is only showing up at my door when you need money. Mom's jaw tightened. We have acknowledged your achievements. I let out a sharp laugh. Oh, really? Name one time. She opened her mouth, then closed it. A flicker of frustration passed over her face. That's what I thought, I said, shaking my head. You've never once celebrated me. Not when I got into college, without your help, by the way. Not when I graduated, not when I landed my first big job. But the second Emily does anything, she gets a whole party. Dad sighed, rubbing his forehead like I was the exhausting one. Emily's situation is different. She needed more support. Because she's your favorite? Mom gasped. That's not true. Really? I raised an eyebrow. Then why did you pay for her college but tell me to figure it out on my own? Mom hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line. You were always more independent. I scoffed. That's not an excuse. You made me independent because you didn't give me a choice. Meanwhile, Emily gets everything handed to her, and I'm supposed to be okay with that. Dad stepped in, his voice firmer. This isn't about the past. Right now, we need help covering the bill, and you can afford it. I took a slow breath, my anger simmering just beneath the surface. Let me get this straight. You didn't invite me properly, didn't save me a seat, didn't call when I left, and now you're here asking for money like nothing happened? Mom crossed her arms. We didn't expect the bill to be this high. I rolled my eyes. Then maybe you should have ordered less. She huffed. Stop being petty. You know we'd do the same for you. I barked out a laugh. That's funny because you haven't. Not once. When I was struggling in college, did you offer to cover my rent? No. When I was eating instant noodles for weeks, did you offer to help? No. But the moment Emily wants to celebrate, suddenly the budget doesn't matter. Dad's face darkened. We are your parents. You owe us some respect. That word, oh, made me angry. I straightened, my voice steady. No, I don't owe you anything. Respect is earned, and after last night, you've lost whatever little I had left for you. Mom looked genuinely stunned, like it had never occurred to her that I might say no. Dad let out a frustrated sigh. Fine. If you won't help, we'll have to figure it out ourselves. Yeah, I said coolly. You will. Mom gave me a sharp look. Don't expect us to be there when you need something. I let out a bitter chuckle. You were never there anyway. She flinched. I walked to the door and held it open. You can see yourselves out. They hesitated, like they wanted to say something else, but I just stood there, waiting. Finally, Mom huffed and stormed out, Dad following behind her. I shut the door, locking it behind them. Then I exhaled slowly, the anger still buzzing beneath my skin. Something told me this wasn't over. The next morning, I woke up to a barrage of texts. My phone buzzed nonstop, the notifications piling up like some kind of digital ambush. Mom texted, You embarrassed us. Do you even care about family at all? Dad texted, This isn't how you treat the people who raised you. Emily texted, Wow, you really couldn't even spare a few hundred? Pathetic. Mom texted again, Your aunt and uncle were shocked by your behavior. So were we. I stared at my screen, barely able to process the sheer audacity. They weren't mad at themselves for what they did. They weren't apologizing. No, they were mad at me for refusing to be their personal ATM. I wasn't in the mood for this. I put my phone on silent, got up, and made myself coffee. The warmth of the mug helped ground me, but the anger was still there, simmering just beneath the surface. They had never supported me, never celebrated me, never cared when I was struggling. But now that they needed money, suddenly I was selfish for not handing it over. I should have expected it. This wasn't the first time they had pulled something like this, though this was definitely the worst. Growing up, it had always been about Emily. When she got an A on a test, it was a big deal. When I got straight A's. Barely a nod. When she made the soccer team, she got new gear and a huge family dinner. When I got accepted into a competitive program. A quick, that's nice before moving on. In college, that was the real slap in the face. They had promised to help with tuition when I was younger. But when the time came, suddenly there were financial issues. I had to take out loans, work multiple jobs, and scrape by while Emily breezed through with everything covered. She needs more help, they had said. You'll figure it out. Well, I did figure it out. I worked my way up, made a decent career for myself, and now that I had some savings, they thought I was an easy target. I was halfway through my coffee when my phone started buzzing again. This time, a call. Mom. I debated ignoring it, but part of me wanted to hear what nonsense she had to say now. I sighed and answered. What? She didn't even acknowledge my tone. You need to fix this. I let out a sharp laugh. Fix what, exactly? You've upset the whole family. We had to cover the bill ourselves, and it wasn't easy. I leaned against the counter. Sounds like a you problem. She scoffed. We were counting on you. You have plenty of money and you let us struggle instead. Oh no, I said flatly. You mean you actually had to take responsibility for your own choices? That must have been awful. Don't be a brat, she snapped. Your aunt and uncle think you were incredibly rude. You should apologize. I nearly choked on my coffee. Apologize? Yes, for storming out, for making a scene, and for not being willing to help your own family. I was honestly impressed at how deep her delusion ran. Right? So just to be clear, you invited me to a celebration, didn't save me a seat, told me I wasn't considered immediate family, ignored me when I left, and then expected me to pay for the whole thing, and somehow I'm the bad guy. She sighed like I was being unreasonable. You're twisting things. No, I said, my voice sharp. I'm finally calling you out. And honestly, I should have done it years ago. Silence. Then, in a low, warning tone, she said, You're making a mistake. You don't want to push us away. I smiled, though there was no warmth in it. You already did that on your own. I hung up. The second I did, my hands were shaking. Not from fear, but from adrenaline. For the first time in my life, I had fully stood up to them, no backing down, no second-guessing myself. Felt good, but something told me they weren't done yet, and I had no idea just how far they were willing to go. The next morning, I woke up groggy, my mind still replaying last night's conversation with my mother. But as soon as I reached for my phone, any lingering sleepiness vanished. My lock screen was flooded with notifications. Missed calls, texts, social media alerts. My stomach tightened. I had a gut feeling this wasn't going to be good. I unlocked my phone, and the first thing I saw was a public social media post from my mother. It started off deceptively gentle, like she was just a poor, heartbroken mother trying to make sense of a cruel world. It pains me to write this, but sometimes as parents we have to face the heartbreaking truth. The truth that no matter how much love we give, some children will turn their backs on family. My eyes widened as I kept reading. Last night we celebrated a huge milestone for our daughter, Emily. It was supposed to be a joyful occasion, a time for family to come together and support one another. But unfortunately, not everyone could share in our happiness. I knew where this was going. Our other daughter, let's call her X, showed up uninvited, made a huge scene, and stormed out when she realized the world didn't revolve around her. And if that wasn't enough, she refused to help when we unexpectedly needed assistance with the bill, despite having more than enough to spare. I'm absolutely devastated that someone we raised with love could be so heartless, putting money above family. If anyone has advice on how to deal with a selfish, ungrateful child, I'd appreciate it. I froze. The absolute nerve of this woman. It wasn't just a vague, manipulative guilt trip. It was a full-blown smear campaign. My own mother had just thrown me to the wolves. My pulse pounded as I scrolled down to the comments section, already knowing what I'd find. Dozens, no, hundreds of comments, all eating up her sob story without a second thought. Someone commented, "Oh my God, I can't believe X would do this after everything you've done for her." An aunt commented, "Some people don't deserve good parents. You guys did your best. Emily commented. She's always been like this. It's just getting worse. I feel so bad for Mom and Dad. I gritted my teeth. Of course Emily was there, milking it for all it was worth. She had always been the golden child, the one who could do no wrong. And now she had proof that I was the selfish one, the villain in the family story. And the worst part? People were believing it. I checked my private messages. Sure enough, there were tons of them. Wow, I didn't expect this from you. That's so cold. You should be ashamed. How could you do this to your parents? People I hadn't spoken to in years were suddenly crawling out of the woodwork to judge me based on a one-sided, twisted version of events. My hand shook as I gripped my phone. I wanted to scream, to reply and expose everything. The favoritism, the years of neglect, the truth about what really happened. But I knew how this worked. No matter what I said, they would be the victims. If I lashed out, it would prove their point that I was cruel and ungrateful. If I tried to defend myself, they'd call me dramatic and tell me to just let it go. I forced myself to breathe. This wasn't just a petty family argument anymore. I had a choice. I could either sit here, let them destroy my reputation, let them paint me as some heartless, selfish monster, or I could fight back. But I wouldn't fight the way they wanted me to. I wouldn't get into a screaming match in the comments. I wouldn't beg for people to see my side. No, I would make them wish they had never pulled this stunt. I put my phone down, my mind already working through my next move. They wanted to play dirty. They had no idea what I was capable of. Since my family has decided to publicly lie about me, I think it's only fair that I set the record straight. I wrote. I wasn't going to say anything, but after waking up to dozens of messages from people calling me selfish, I realized something. I'm done protecting people who would rather throw me under the bus than take accountability for their own actions. Let's talk about what really happened. I was invited to my sister's celebration under the assumption that I was actually welcome. When I arrived, I was told there wasn't a seat for me. My sister, who by the way has always been treated like royalty while my accomplishments were ignored, made it clear that I wasn't considered immediate family. So I left. No yelling, no scene, I just walked out. Then, hours later, my parents showed up at my door, not to apologize, not to explain, but to ask me to pay for their bill. That's right. The same people who didn't think I was worthy of a seat at the table thought I should pick up the check. And when I refused, suddenly I'm the villain. Suddenly I'm this selfish, heartless one. I wasn't the one who made a huge scene. That was them. I wasn't the one who decided to put money over family. They were when they tried to use me as their personal ATM. And now, instead of dealing with the truth, they've resorted to publicly smearing my name because they know they're in the wrong. But here's the thing. I don't care anymore. I've spent years hoping for their approval, years working hard, achieving things that they barely acknowledged while my sister got celebrated for the bare minimum. I've let it slide when they made me feel like an outsider in my own family, when they dismissed my feelings, when they prioritized my sister time and time again. But this was the final straw. So, let me be absolutely clear. I am done. I don't want an apology. I don't want to talk it out. I don't want anything to do with people who only see me as a financial safety net and an emotional punching bag. From this moment forward, they are no longer my problem. And before anyone says, but they're your family, no, family doesn't treat you like this. I read it over one last time, making sure there were no unnecessary emotions clouding my words. It was firm, it was factual, and most importantly, it was final. I hit post. After I posted my response, things exploded. People who had known my family for years started reaching out, saying they weren't surprised. Some even shared their own stories about my parents' favoritism and entitlement. My sister tried to double down, calling me dramatic, but it was too late. The truth was out. My parents, they went silent. No apology, no response, just gone. And honestly, I don't care. Cutting them off was the best decision I've ever made. For the first time in my life, I'm not walking on eggshells, not bending over backward for people who never appreciated me. So what do you guys think? Was I too harsh, or was this long overdue? Let me know. Now on to the next story. Story 7. At my brother's wedding, I was handed a paper badge that read, "Limited access guest." My mom whispered, "That means no plate." I looked over, walked to the gift table, retrieved my envelope with the $7,500 fund check, and said, "I think you won't need this anymore." Then I left. My brother ran after me, and my parents shouted, "Come back!" But it was offensive. No other word for it. My envelope was lying there on the gift table, plain white, a little bent at the corner from when I placed it down earlier, holding a $7,500 check I'd earned the hard way. It had taken me months of saving extra hours, skipping vacations, saying no to things I wanted just so I could do something meaningful for my brother. And unfortunately for them, I was about to take it back. I had no idea anything was wrong until I arrived at the reception venue. The church ceremony had been fine. Quick, pretty, the kind of thing that's all blur and applause. My brother had barely spoken to me that morning, but I chalked it up to nerves. I didn't expect red carpet treatment. I'm not that guy, but I assumed I was part of the Day family after all. When I reached the reception check-in, I was behind a couple who were handed shiny, envelope-style badges, gold-trimmed, with their names and table numbers printed in calligraphy. Then it was my turn. The woman behind the table didn't even look up. She handed me a paper badge. I stared at it. White, flimsy, printed with thick black text that read, "Limited access guest." I paused. I thought maybe it was a mistake. Then my mom appeared like she'd been waiting nearby just for this moment. She leaned in and whispered like we were sharing a joke, "That means no plate." I waited for her to smile, to wink, to make it a joke, but she just walked off before I could even ask anything. I stood there holding the badge, suddenly aware of how quiet everything got in my head, like I was underwater. I walked into the hall anyway, telling myself maybe there had been a mix-up. But as soon as I saw the tables, the seating chart, the servers placing dishes, it hit me. My name wasn't listed anywhere. I checked the family tables. Nothing. Not even at the far end. No chair, no plate, not even a name card. I wasn't a guest. I was a placeholder, a loose end they didn't bother to cut. I stood near the wall, watching everyone settle in. My brother raised a toast. My parents clapped. His fiancée leaned in and kissed his cheek while people snapped photos. I waited for someone to notice me, for someone to walk over and say it was a misunderstanding. No one did. They saw me. They just didn't care. So, I made my way out of the main hall and back to the entrance where the gift table stood. It was crowded earlier, but now it was quiet. Just a few scattered envelopes and gift bags. I spotted mine immediately. It was the only one that wasn't sealed with a sticker or ribbon. Just folded closed. I picked it up, opened it, took out the check, and held it for a second. Then I said, not loudly, but clear enough, "I think you won't need this anymore." I turned and walked toward the exit. I didn't make it 10 steps before I heard chairs scraping, someone calling out my name. Then my brother's voice, louder, angrier. And then my parents. They were all shouting now, "Come back! Come back!" I didn't. I walked calmly to my car, started the engine, and drove off without a second glance. They could toast and dance all they wanted. But now the honeymoon they'd been so desperate to afford just got a little less golden. They didn't want me there. Fine. But they wouldn't get to use me either. I didn't sleep that night, not because I was angry, though I was, but because everything that happened kept running through my head in perfect detail over and over like it was burned into the inside of my eyelids. I couldn't stop thinking about that envelope sitting on the gift table. How proud I was when I dropped it off. I thought I was doing something good, something meaningful. I thought I was part of something. Instead, I was the guy with the paper badge. The guy who didn't get a seat. The guy whose own family decided he didn't quite belong. That wasn't some oversight. That wasn't a mistake. That was deliberate. By morning, the text started. First my mom, then my dad, then my brother. "Can we talk? Please don't make this a thing. Let's not ruin the weekend." No one said they were sorry. No one admitted anything. It was all deflection and sugar. As if my reaction was the problem, not their treatment. My mom actually wrote, "We assumed you'd be okay with standing since you always say you don't care about fancy stuff. Anyway, like I was supposed to be grateful for the privilege of being excluded with a smile. Around noon, my dad called. I ignored it. He called again. Then a text. Come over. We want to talk. Your brother's here, too. I didn't answer right away. I took a shower, made breakfast, cleaned the kitchen. I didn't owe them urgency, and I didn't owe them the benefit of the doubt either. But still, part of me wanted to go, not to fix anything, but to watch them squirm a little. They needed that check. I knew that. I knew how close to the edge they were financially. I'd heard my brother complain about the venue cost and how stretched they were trying to book a honeymoon in the same month. So, I went not out of forgiveness, out of curiosity. When I pulled into the driveway, my brother's car was already there. So was my dad's. I walked in without knocking, and all three of them were in the living room. My mom tried to look casual, smiling like I was back from a long vacation. My dad nodded like this was going to be a reasonable conversation. My brother stood and half raised a hand like he wasn't sure if he was supposed to hug me or shake hands. I sat down and didn't say anything. I waited. My dad spoke first. He said it was really unfortunate how things went yesterday. Not that they made it unfortunate, just that it happened to be unfortunate. My mom followed with some lines about miscommunication and logistics. She used the word oversight a few times as if I just slipped through the cracks, as if my absence at any table and my exclusion from dinner had been a spreadsheet error. My brother didn't say much. When he did, it was vague. I didn't know that's how it would be. I thought you'd understand. Like I was supposed to be some enlightened monk who would just float above the humiliation. I listened to it all, nodding occasionally. And when they'd finished doing damage control, I looked at them and said one thing: I might change my mind. That was it. No promises, just that word, might. The shift in the room was instant. My mom sat up straighter, eyes wide like I'd just thrown her a life preserver. My dad gave this sharp little exhale like relief was already washing over him. Even my brother glanced up for the first time and looked directly at me. I could feel their hope thick in the air, like they thought they'd won me back. My mom started talking fast about how generous that would be, how that money would go directly to the honeymoon, how she didn't want this little thing to hang over us forever. My dad chimed in about how families have rough moments, but they get through them. My brother didn't say thank you. Not even then. I just smiled a little, stood up, and said I needed time to think. I walked out, leaving them with that word, might, buzzing in their ears like a secret promise. And I meant it exactly the way it sounded. Not a no, not a yes, just a long pause. Let them sit with that. Let them stew in it. Because for the first time in a long time, they wanted something from me. And I was going to let them feel what it's like to hope someone else gives you what you desperately need and doesn't. The next morning, I woke up to a voicemail from my mom. Her voice was soft, careful, like she was speaking to someone in the middle of a breakdown. She said she'd been thinking all night, that maybe things had been handled a little too rigidly at the wedding, that perhaps they could have communicated things better. She didn't say the words I was waiting for. No, we messed up. No, I'm sorry. Nothing like that. Just an attempt to paint the whole thing as a misunderstanding. Something minor that maybe I'd blown out of proportion. Then came the kicker. They were delaying the honeymoon. Not canceling, just pushing it a little. She said it like it was a weather delay, like their plans had hit some mild turbulence that would sort itself out. What she didn't say was the part one already knew. Without my check, they were screwed. Later that afternoon, my dad called. He always plays it differently, less emotional, more calculated. He said he was proud of the man I'd become. Successful, stable, dependable. He said not everyone in the family could say the same and that I should be proud of myself for having something to offer. Then he got to the point. We trust your judgment. I know you'll make the right call. They were laying it on thick now, the fake compliments, the polished concern, the subtle reminder that I was the reliable one, the mature one, the one they needed. That was the moment I remembered the car. 6 months earlier, I'd loaned them my second vehicle when theirs broke down. It was supposed to be for a week or two. I never got it back. My dad kept saying they were waiting for a part, then they were waiting for a mechanic, then the mechanic didn't show up, and so on. I stopped asking. It became another thing I'd done for the family, but the car was still in my name, still on my insurance. I opened the account and checked. Yep, still registered to me. I scheduled a tow for Friday morning. No warning, no courtesy heads up. Just gave the company the address and waited for the confirmation. Friday at 9:12 a.m., my phone rang. My mom. I didn't answer. Then again, immediately, then a third time. Finally, I picked up. There's someone outside. They're towing the car. Did you do this? I said, yes. Silence. Why? She asked. I told her I was changing insurance companies, which wasn't a lie. She said they needed the car, that they had plans, that it was inconvenient. I could hear my dad's voice in the background already yelling at someone outside. I said, then maybe you should borrow one, rent, or figure something out. That's what I'd have to do, right? She said, this is about the wedding, isn't it? I said, no, this is about patterns. And I hung up. That evening, I got the first direct message from my brother since the wedding. Can we talk? Just us. 5 words, no punctuation. I stared at it for a while. It wasn't anger. It wasn't even surprise. He knew why I wasn't responding. He'd stood there and let it happen. He'd been part of it. I waited 6 hours before I answered. Soon. Not today. Not tonight. He could wait. Let them all wait. Let them live with the same silence they once gave me. Let them stay up wondering what I'll decide and when I'll decide it. For once, I was the one pulling the strings. I didn't respond to my brother again that week. I wanted to see how long it would take before he cracked. He didn't call. Just sent one more message the next day. Please just talk to me. I didn't want it to go that way. I left it on read. Meanwhile, the silence from my parents was almost louder. No follow-ups, no apologies, no explanations, which told me 2 things. First, they were panicking. And second, they were trying to figure out how to save face if I decided to burn the whole bridge. I started to think that maybe they didn't believe I'd go through with it. That maybe they still saw me as the same guy who showed up to every family gathering, paid for dinner more often than not, stayed quiet when they took advantage because that's just how family is. But I was done being predictable. 3 days after the car was towed, I dropped by unannounced. I parked across the street and walked in through the front door. My dad was in the living room watching the news. He flinched when he saw me. My mom walked out of the kitchen like she'd been rehearsing something. I didn't know you were coming, she said. I know. I sat down at the table. They didn't offer coffee, which was a first. My dad muted the TV and leaned forward like he was gearing up for a pitch. He said they talked to Ryan, my brother, and that he was really upset about everything, that he never intended for me to feel excluded, that the wedding was stressful and chaotic and full of decisions that had to be made quickly. Then my mom added that they'd been looking at alternative honeymoon options. Something smaller, she said. More local. I asked if they'd booked anything yet. They said no. Still figuring it out. I nodded. Then I said this. I might be able to help, but I was thinking maybe I'd put it in the form of a loan. Nothing too formal, just something with terms. The room froze. What kind of terms? My dad asked. Monthly repayments with interest, I said. Nothing crazy, but it's a lot of money. I think it's fair. They both looked like I'd just spoken in another language. My mom said, but it was a gift, wasn't it? It was going to be, I said. Then you downgraded me to a limited access guest and cut me out of your wedding like I was some distant cousin you barely knew. My dad got quiet. My mom looked like she might start crying. And I added, I'd like the family group chat shut down. I'm not reading another message from Aunt and about pool party plans unless I'm actually treated like part of this family. She started saying something, but I stood up. Or, I said, you can borrow the money elsewhere. Figure it out. If Ryan really needs it, maybe he can pick up a second job. Or you two can sell something. I walked out before they could say anything else. I didn't get halfway down the driveway before Ryan pulled in. He jumped out of the car like he'd been rushing home. Wait, Tom. Wait. I stopped. He looked tired. Not fake tired, actually worn out. And in a weird way, it threw me. I hadn't seen him that way before. I know they screwed up, he said. I know I did too. But you've made your point. Okay. Just don't keep doing this. I didn't say anything. I asked Dad for help. I didn't know they were going to treat you like that. I swear I found out afterward. I asked him if he had anything to say at the reception. When he saw me standing off to the side, when I walked out with the envelope, he didn't answer. I meant the gift, I said. Every dollar of it. He nodded. Then I got in my car and drove off. That night, I saw something I didn't expect. A message from Ryan's fiancée. Hey, I don't know everything that happened, but I just want you to know I'm really sorry. I saw what they did and you didn't deserve it. That stopped me for a minute. I read it twice, then I smiled. At least one person in that house had a working moral compass. After that message from Ryan's fiancée, I did something I hadn't done all week. I responded. Thanks for saying that. I appreciate it. I really do. She replied almost instantly. I just wish you'd stayed. I think everything would have played out differently if you'd been there longer. I didn't agree, but I didn't argue. I wasn't going to dump my bitterness on the one person in that whole mess who seemed to have a conscience. Ryan didn't message me again after I walked away from the house. Neither did my parents. They were waiting, hoping. I could feel it. They thought I was still turning it over in my head. Maybe softening, maybe getting nostalgic about family. Instead, I was sharpening the knife. That weekend, I texted my mom out of nowhere. Are you still delaying the honeymoon? She answered within 2 minutes. Yes, haven't booked anything. We're just seeing how things play out. I followed up. So, you're still waiting to see if I'll help? Another pause this time. Then, we're hoping yes, but it's your decision. We're not pressuring you, right? Just the usual guilt-wrenched optimism. The kind that says you're hurting the family, but we won't say it out loud because we still want the money. I let a full day pass. Then, I sent another message. I talked to a financial advisor. If I do anything, it'll have to be a formal contract with signatures, interest, and a clause that you can't talk to me about the money again unless it's in writing. No response for hours. Then my dad texted me directly. Are you being serious right now? I didn't reply. Later that night, my mom texted again. Maybe we should all meet and discuss this calmly. I sent a thumbs-up emoji. That was it. When we met the next day, they tried to keep things friendly. My mom made coffee. My dad had a printed list of alternate ideas, including one where I give a portion of the money now and the rest after they repair the trust. Ryan wasn't there. I asked why. My mom said he doesn't want to be part of this anymore. He's stressed enough. I smiled and said, That's fair. I'm stressed too. So, let's just wrap this up. My dad handed me the printed page like it was a peace treaty. I scanned it, then folded it in half and slid it back across the table. I've made my decision, I said. You'll need to figure it out without me. Borrow the money. Earn it. Do what you need to do. Just don't ask me again. My mom's mouth opened, but nothing came out. My dad just sat back like he'd been punched. That moment when the hope drained out of their faces completely. I'll never forget it. The next morning, I woke up to 0 messages. Not a single call. They went silent. I wasn't surprised. Later that week, Ryan's fiancée texted me again. They told me you shut everything down. I just want you to know I still think you were right. I stared at that message for a while, then replied, You're the only one who gets it. And she said, Maybe I'm just not used to this kind of family yet. That one made me laugh. At least someone finally said it out loud. The silence wasn't peace. It was punishment. A week went by, then 2. No texts, no calls, nothing from my parents, and nothing from Ryan. Not even the usual passive-aggressive attempts to reel me back in. They didn't say they were cutting me off, but they didn't have to. It was clear they thought I'd gone too far because I stopped being the one who swallowed his pride. Because I stopped being the family doormat with a polite smile. Because I said no and they couldn't handle that. The family group chat went completely dead. A few distant cousins posted something about summer plans. No one replied. Usually, my mom would at least drop a heart emoji or a cheery, sounds fun, but this time, silence. My dad ignored a simple work-related email I sent, pretending it must have slipped through. My birthday was coming up in a couple of weeks. I already knew what would happen. Nothing. They weren't angry that I walked away. They were angry that I did it with dignity. The funny thing is, they thought I'd be stewing in regret, that I'd eventually come back crawling, apologizing for how I reacted. But I wasn't. I missed the version of family I thought I had, not the one that actually existed. Then out of nowhere, a message from Ryan's fiancée popped up. "Hey, just wanted to check in. I know it's been quiet. I just hope you're doing okay." I told her that I appreciated her saying something because no one else had. She responded, "It's been tense. They don't really talk about it, but I know they're all still hoping you'll come around." I typed a reply, deleted it, then typed again. "They'll need to get used to the idea that I won't." She didn't try to change my mind. She didn't tell me to forgive them or move on. She just said, "I really hope you're still around for the next chapter because you matter, even if they don't act like it." I sat there for a while holding my phone, not knowing how to answer that. It wasn't much, but it was honest, and it was the only kindness anyone from that side of the family had shown me since the wedding. A few days later, I got a bank notification. A small transfer from my dad's account into mine. $40. No note, no context. That's how he wanted to reopen communication. I declined it. That same day, I canceled the birthday dinner reservation I'd made weeks ago. The one I'd been holding on to just in case they pulled their heads out of the sand. It was supposed to be at this small restaurant I liked. Nothing fancy, just quiet and good. Instead, I ordered takeout and ate alone on my porch with a beer. Peaceful, simple, no paper badges, and for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like something was missing. They thought they'd frozen me out. What they didn't realize was I'd already left the update. It had been a little over a month, long enough for the silence to settle in like mold. Slow, quiet, and unmistakably permanent. I stopped expecting texts. I stopped checking the family group chat. I didn't even get the usual chain emails my mom forwarded once a week without reading. Ryan had disappeared completely. Not a word since I turned them down. I figured he was done with me. Or more likely, he'd chosen not to deal with the mess because facing it meant admitting he played a part. I'd moved on mostly, at least on the surface. I was back to work, eating better, sleeping okay. I even started looking into a trip I'd been putting off for years. Somewhere far, somewhere they couldn't reach. Then one random Thursday night, everything cracked open again. I was half asleep on the couch, something mindless playing on the TV, when I saw a notification from an unknown number. I almost ignored it, but the first line made me sit up. "Hey, I hope this isn't too weird, but I really need to tell you something. It's about the wedding and your brother." I wasn't sure if I should reach out, but I feel like you deserve to know. I blinked. The number had no name attached, just a local area code. I kept reading. "This is Kara's cousin. I helped organize parts of the wedding. Seating, RSVP stuff, all of it. I saw the original guest list. You were listed as family. Full access. Seated at the same table as your parents and Ryan." Another message followed seconds later. 3 days before the wedding, your mom changed it. She emailed a revised list. You were the only name that was moved. Ryan approved it. I remember thinking it felt weird, but figured it was a family thing. I didn't move, just sat there staring at my phone, heart pounding in this slow, heavy way. Not shocked, not exactly, just exposed. Like someone had finally turned the lights on in a room I'd been stumbling around in for years. Then one more message. "I'm not trying to stir drama. I just couldn't sit on it anymore. What they did wasn't okay. I'm really sorry." I stared at the screen. They knew. Ryan, my own brother, had seen me on that original list and let them bump me down to the limited access category like I was some second cousin nobody talks to. This wasn't some mistake. It wasn't a vendor issue or a capacity limit. It was deliberate, precise, pre-approved, and they did it knowing exactly what I was bringing to the table. Literally, they knew about the check. I told Ryan weeks earlier I had something big planned for the wedding. I wanted it to be a surprise, something that took pressure off his back, something meaningful. He was the one who told me how tight their budget was. I offered to help, and he let me. Then, 3 days before the wedding, he signed off on cutting me out. I sat there and scrolled back through our old messages. Back to the night he called and said, "Man, I don't know how we're going to afford the honeymoon." Back to me saying, "I've got you. Don't worry." He knew and he did it anyway. They wanted the money, but not the connection. They didn't want me in the pictures, in the speeches, at the table. They just wanted the envelope. And that's when it stopped hurting. That's when it shifted, because now I knew exactly who they were. And I had proof. No more wondering. No more second chances. Now on to the next story. Story 8. My family betrayed me on my wedding day and secretly flew to Hawaii. I found out when I saw a Facebook post. A real family together. No one left out and smiling faces. I just liked the post and replied, "Fine, now you can pay without me," and left the chat. Later, I made a decision that shocked them. Now they're knocking on my door. "We're trying to talk. Please open up. We're your family." It was going to be the best day of my life. Everything was planned down to the last flower petal. My bride's family had flown in from 3 different states. Her cousins, her childhood friends, even her 90-year-old grandmother made it. But mine, my parents, my sister, my brother, they'd all called the week before, one by one, to say they tested positive for COVID. They were so sorry and heartbroken to miss it. I didn't question it. I felt bad for them. I even sent them photos of the venue during rehearsal, the setup, the cake. I thought maybe it would make them feel included. The ceremony was smaller than I expected. My side of the aisle looked embarrassingly empty. If it weren't for my aunts, a few cousins, and some old friends from college, it would have felt like a school presentation instead of a wedding. I put on a brave face. My wife, Olivia, kept me going. Her family stepped in like it was natural, treating me like I'd always been one of them. That part was beautiful. And through it all, the wedding felt real. Real. Like we'd stripped away the fake smiles and left only what mattered. Then came the next morning. I was sitting on the edge of our hotel bed, still in my undershirt, scrolling through Facebook. That's when I saw it. A whole group photo. Bright sun, palm trees. Everyone. My parents, my siblings, their spouses, even my cousin Jake, who supposedly had long COVID, posing on a beach in Hawaii. I could hear the ocean in the background as if mocking me. The caption was burned into my skull. Real family together. No one left behind. I stared at it for what seemed like hours. There were hashtags, laughter in the comments, people saying how happy they looked. Not one mention of me or my wedding. I didn't comment with anger. I didn't call anyone out. I just clicked like. Then I replied, "Fine. Now you can pay without me," and I left the family chat. They didn't respond. Not one of them. I spent the next 2 days finishing the paperwork with Olivia and our officiant, helping her parents clean up the venue, and finalizing our marriage license. I didn't say a word about what I'd seen. Not yet. But I went home the day before Olivia did. Alone. You see, my family had been living in the house I had inherited from my grandfather. I let them stay there rent-free while I was away on contracts all over the country. They always said it was our home, that they were grateful. My dad even told me once, "You're saving us, Ethan. You don't even know it." Now I knew. I changed the locks before they landed. I packed up every piece of their stuff. I gave them 7 days from the moment they walked in the door to find another place. They didn't scream. They just looked at me like they didn't recognize the person standing in front of them. That's when I left and went to stay with Olivia and her family. Now they're at my door knocking. "We want to talk. Please open the door. We're your family." And I didn't say a word back because this time they're going to learn what real family looks like. I thought they'd stay in Hawaii longer, maybe prolong the lie, slip back into reality as if nothing had happened. But on the 6th morning after the wedding, I woke up to the sound of suitcase wheels grinding on concrete. I stood behind the curtain in the upstairs bedroom, still in gym shorts, coffee in hand, and watched as their Uber rolled away, leaving them standing in front of the house like a sitcom family that took a wrong turn at the airport. My mother wore a pink flower lei. My sister had pigtails with beads in them. My brother had his arm wrapped around his girlfriend, and my father was already complaining about the heat. They all looked freshly tanned and well-rested. My brother took out his keys. I didn't even blink. Click. Nothing. He tried again. Still nothing. Then came the confusion, as if it had never occurred to them that something might have changed. I could practically hear them working through the possibilities in their heads. Maybe the lock jammed. Maybe the batteries were dead. Maybe the house had a glitch. They knocked. Then the bell rang. I took another sip of coffee. After the fourth knock, I got a text message from my sister. "What's wrong? Why won't the door open?" I sent a message back. "You have 7 days to leave. After that, you'll be evicted." I didn't say anything else. No hi. No let's talk. No, we need to talk about what happened. 7 days. That night, they camped out on the porch like stray cats. My dad yelled at the windows a few times. Something about this still being their home. My mom cried. My brother called me a psychopath loud enough for the neighbors to hear. No one came outside. They knew what had happened. My neighbor, Miss Felton, texted me a heart emoji and said she was proud of me. The second day they were still there, but quieter, fewer outbursts. They tried reason instead of noise. My mother left a note under the door. I never read it. The third day they disappeared for most of the afternoon. Came back that night with burgers and fries, sitting in the backyard like it was a picnic. I watched them through the camera feed on my phone. They looked tired, excited, like maybe the sun had finally gotten to them. Then day 4 came and I got a fraud alert from the bank. My card had been used at a cheap roadside motel 2 towns over. It was the joint account, an old debit card I'd forgotten even existed. I thought I'd shredded it when I switched banks. Apparently not. I called the bank and got the complete transaction log. It was like reading a confession in the receipts. 2 first-class tickets to Maui, 3 coach, 7 nights at a resort, for spa appointments, 1 snorkeling tour, jet ski rentals, brunch spots, lounges, souvenir shops, thousands of them all charged to this account. My name on every charge. I sat there staring at the screen while Olivia cooked dinner in the next room. I didn't tell her at first, not because I wanted to hide it, just because I didn't know how to say it without tearing something in half. They'd lied to me. That was one thing. They'd skipped my wedding. That was another. But they'd used my money to do it. That was something else entirely. I finally told Olivia everything that night. The joint account, the charges, the lie about COVID, all of it. She didn't say much, just took a deep breath, walked over to the cabinet, and poured me a whiskey. Then she said, "You know what you have to do." The next morning I started making phone calls. The eviction was already in motion. But now something else was coming, because I wasn't just going to throw them out of the house. I was going to make them pay for every last drink they had on that beach. They didn't leave on the 7th day. That morning, I drove by the house just to make sure they were still there. I didn't get out of the car. I just sat there across the street with the engine running while my mom paced the driveway in a bathrobe and my dad smoked a cigarette like it was the end of the world. The U-Haul was in the driveway, half filled. It looked like they'd started packing and just stopped. Like maybe they thought I wasn't going to go through with it. At 4 o'clock, the sheriff pulled up behind them. Civil process. Nothing dramatic. I'd filed all the proper forms. They were given an hour to leave or they'd be forcibly removed. I didn't stick around to watch. I already knew how it would turn out. Instead, I went back to Olivia's parents' house and opened my laptop. My attorney had everything ready. We were filing a civil suit against my parents and my sister since her name had appeared on 2 of the charges. The basis: theft, misapplication of funds, and financial fraud. The account may have once had both of our names on it, but it was now legally mine. And I had proof that they had accessed it without permission. My attorney called it a softball case. He said they'd settle quickly, especially once they realized they were looking at possible criminal exposure. I didn't care about the money. I cared about the message. That night, I got my first call from a number I hadn't blocked yet. My Aunt Sylvia. She was the one who showed up alone at the wedding, sat quietly on my side of the aisle, and hugged me longer than anyone else that day. She'd heard about my mom. I didn't want to answer, but I did. Sylvia didn't scream. She didn't beg. She just asked plainly what was going on. So I told her not everything but enough: the lies, the Facebook post, the bank account, the motel. There was a long pause. Then she sighed and said, "I had a feeling something was wrong. They were bragging about the trip on Facebook before they even got back. They said they needed a break from all the stress of wedding planning." I thanked them and hung up. That conversation was enough to confirm another thing I'd suspected all along. They weren't even planning on coming. This wasn't a last-minute decision. It wasn't a moment of weakness. It was calculated. They knew they were skipping my wedding before the invitations were even sent out. The COVID excuse was just a cover. After the eviction, they tried to reach me every way they could. Through fake numbers, through mutual friends, through Olivia. My brother even emailed my boss. I shut everything down. Every call ignored. Every number blocked. Every sob story deleted. I stopped paying her utilities. Canceled her phone plan. Canceled every subscription associated with my name. This house had belonged to her for years. Now it was mine again. 2 weeks after the eviction, my lawyer called with an update. We'd reached a settlement. A partial refund enough to cover the Hawaii fees, plus legal fees. They agreed on one condition. I dropped the threat of criminal charges. I accepted, not because I was letting them off easy, but because I wanted something on paper that they had paid me back. Something permanent, something they couldn't pretend never happened. I cashed the check and framed the receipt, and that was it. The next time I heard from them was 2 months later, late at night. Loud banging on the door. Olivia and I were watching a movie when it started. She muted the TV. I checked the security camera. My dad, my mom, my sister. All 3 of them looking thinner, pale, sweaty, desperate. My mom was crying. My dad was yelling, "We want to talk. Please open the door. We're your family." I didn't move, not even an inch. Because by then I'd learned something important. Family isn't who shares your blood. It's who shows up when everyone else is smiling on a beach. For 2 weeks after that night, they kept showing up. Sometimes just my dad. Sometimes the whole trio. Always unannounced, always acting like it was all some big misunderstanding that we just needed to talk through. They never said the words, "I'm sorry." Not once. Just a parade of excuses like forgetting my wedding and robbing me blind was a scheduling conflict. I never opened the door. Not once. The calls slowed. The texts dried up. Eventually, they stopped trying to get in. But then came the letters. Handwritten. Folded paper slipped under the door or left in the mailbox. My mom tried the guilt route. How much she missed me. How hard things had been. How families shouldn't punish each other. I didn't respond to those either. I just kept building. Olivia and I worked on the house, turning it into something new. We knocked out the old dining room wall, repainted the entire second floor, landscaped the yard. For the first time in years, the place felt like my own. Then one day I got an unexpected visit. It was Olivia's uncle. He'd flown in from Illinois to see some clients and asked to stop by. I thought we'd chat about flooring or gardening, but instead he sat down at the kitchen table with a strange look on his face. He said he was at a party 2 nights ago, some business thing, and ran into someone who used to know my dad, a former coworker. And apparently my family didn't keep things as private as I thought. The coworker had mentioned how ungrateful I was, how I'd ruined everything by turning on them after all they did for me. Claimed I was having some kind of breakdown. And this was the part that got me. He told everyone that I had embezzled from my own family to pay for my wedding and was now blaming them. That was the story that was going around. I wasn't surprised, but I was angry. And when I get angry, I get organized. The next morning, I made copies of the entire transaction record, flights, Airbnb, the card trail. I compiled the messages, the bank records, the receipts. Then I wrote a statement, short, to the point, brutal. I didn't post it on Facebook. That's where they lived. I mailed it to every person I knew they were gossiping to. I even paid extra to have it delivered with signature verification. The response was quiet but effective. One by one, the mutuals began to go dark. No more likes on their posts, no comments. No "miss you" replies. The family image they worked so hard to protect was cracking under the pressure. Then came the big one, my cousin Lindsay, one of the golden ones, the one who used to host holidays at her house. She sent me a single message. "I had no idea. I'm sorry, Ethan. We should have known." That was the beginning of the change. The settlement wasn't just about money anymore. It was a statement, a record, a scar with paperwork behind it. They couldn't lie their way out of it. But I wasn't done yet, because now they weren't just broke. They were sinking and fast. And I'd soon find out just how far they were willing to go to stay afloat. It started with a grocery receipt. Olivia and I were budgeting, going over the usual monthly numbers, when she pointed out a transaction I didn't recognize. Green Path Insurance, $267.42. I blinked. The name rang a bell. After a few clicks, I realized it was my parents' car insurance. Still on autopay, still coming out of my account. I hadn't driven that car in years. Hadn't even seen it since I moved out of state. But there it was, quietly draining me as if it had permission. I didn't say anything out loud. I just opened a new browser tab and started pulling every financial string I hadn't already cut. Within an hour, it was like finding a spider's nest behind drywall. 2 active cell phone plans under the old family plan. 1 for my sister, 1 for my brother. A storage unit on the east side of town that had been autopaying for 18 months. 3 streaming services. My brother's gym. A digital magazine subscription I hadn't read since college, but apparently my dad still used, all still connected to me. Even the Wi-Fi in their apartment was under my name. I had been the silent backbone of their lives for years, paying for everything. No one ever said thank you. No one ever asked if it was too much. They just assumed I'd take care of it. I shut everything down that night. Every account, every plan, every payment gone. I closed the joint account, too. Took out the last of the money and moved it to a private bank. Then I changed all my passwords, froze my credit, set up fraud alerts. Anything they could use, I shut down. Felt surgical, cold, clean, but not silent. The next morning, I woke up to 13 missed calls. Voicemails, too. First, it was my mom. Her voice cracking like she just had the wind knocked out of her. Then my dad trying to pretend he wasn't angry. Then my sister in full rage mode, calling me a snake and a spoiled brat, and a few other things I won't bother to recount. At noon, Olivia and I were sitting in the kitchen eating leftovers when the power flickered in the living room. First, I thought it was a lightning storm. Then I remembered the Netflix account I just deactivated had been logged in at their house. They were trying to watch TV and I turned off the world. The next night, they were back pounding on Olivia's front door. I didn't answer, but I watched from the upstairs window. My dad yelling something about losing the internet. My mom crying on the porch. My sister standing off to the side looking at her phone like she wasn't part of this. They left after 10 minutes. The next day, Olivia's dad told me he got a phone call from my dad. That was the last straw for him. He told them not to call again. He said he wouldn't have someone who would abandon their son and steal from him and pretend to be the victim. I didn't ask what else he said, but judging by how quickly the calls stopped, I figured it wasn't polite. Then came the email. Subject line, "We have nothing left, Ethan." From my mom. She said they were 3 months behind on their rent, that their car was uninsured and about to be repossessed, that my dad was working out of libraries because the apartment had no Wi-Fi, that my sister was sleeping on a friend's couch after her phone was disconnected and she couldn't afford her share of the bills. She wrote, "You've made your point. You've proven whatever you needed to prove. Please stop." And for a minute, just a stupid, fleeting minute, I almost felt something. Not pity, just a flicker of the old habit, that internal reflex to step in, save the day, clean up the mess they made. But then I remembered the Facebook post, "Real family together. No one left behind," and how I'd sat alone in the groom's room, tying my own tie because my dad wasn't there to help. I didn't reply. Instead, I printed out the email, put it in a folder I'd labeled evidence, and tucked it next to the lawsuit papers, because a week later someone knocked again. This time it wasn't them. It was a man in a navy suit holding an envelope. My father was suing me, claiming that the house I'd inherited had never been mine, that I had manipulated my dying grandfather, that he'd been promised the house years ago in a private conversation that no one could verify. It was a pathetic game, but not surprising. They weren't asking for forgiveness anymore. They were trying to take back the one thing they'd never been able to control. But this time they would lose. Forever. The suit was dead on arrival. I handed the envelope to my lawyer, a quiet guy named Carlson, who didn't blink when I told him the whole story. He flipped through the lawsuit page by page, then looked up and said, "This isn't going anywhere, but we're not just going to kill it. We're going to bury it." And he did. Within 2 weeks, he filed a motion to dismiss with supporting documentation. The will, the deed, bank records, screenshots from the Hawaiian trip, the settlement agreement they'd already signed, proof that they'd been repaid for every penny they'd stolen. Forcibly, yes, but legally. The motion included one small add-on: a cease and desist order. If they kept harassing me, trying to spin the story, spreading lies to neighbors or friends or anyone else, we would escalate publicly, permanently. They didn't show up for the first hearing or the second. Their case was dismissed. Just like that. I didn't gloat, didn't celebrate, just felt done. Like I'd finally put the last box in storage, locked the unit, and walked away. But I didn't go home right away. Instead, I drove to a quiet spot in the hills just outside of town where my grandfather used to take me fishing. There wasn't much left of the old dock, just some rotten planks and some bleached wood. But the view was still the same. I sat there for a while thinking about what he would have said. I don't think he would have cared about the money or the house. I think he would have looked at me and asked a simple question: "Are you okay with what you did?" And the truth was, yes, I was. When I got back to the house, Olivia was waiting for me on the porch. She didn't ask me how the hearing went. She already knew. She just handed me a cold drink and sat next to me as the sun set. A week later, a letter arrived. No return address. Handwritten. It was from my sister. She said she was done with everyone. That after everything fell apart, she saw it for what it was. That she never should have gone to Hawaii. Never should have touched my money. That she was couch surfing now, looking for work, trying to start over. She didn't ask for money. She just said, "I understand if you don't write back." I just had to say it. I read the letter twice. Then I put it in a drawer. Not with the lawsuit papers, not with the receipts, just by itself. I still didn't know if I believed her. But I knew this. Forgiveness doesn't mean opening a door. Sometimes it just means building a fence and deciding who you let in from now on. And those who stood with me at the altar, the ones who cheered and clapped and cried while my real family posed on a beach, they didn't just show up that day. They stayed. And for the first time in my life, I realized sometimes the family you choose shows up when the one you were born into disappears. And that's where I left them. Not with revenge, but with a clean break and silence. Finally, on the other side of the door. Now on to the next story. Story 9. I paid my sister's bills by working hard, only for her to call me cheap at a family dinner. I shocked her when I stopped paying and told the family what was waiting for her next. You know how some people joke about being the family bank? For me, it wasn't a joke. It was my life. For 5 years, I paid my sister Melissa's rent, utilities, and even chipped in for groceries when her husband left. The guy couldn't handle her temper, and frankly, I didn't blame him. She could be difficult, but she was my sister. And when our parents pulled the golden years card to avoid helping, the job fell to me. It wasn't easy. I'm not a millionaire, just a regular guy with a blue-collar job and 1 vacation a year, if I'm lucky. But I kept telling myself, who else is going to help her if I don't? So, I took it on: diapers when her daughter Ellie was a baby, birthday presents every year, even the tablet Ellie wanted for school last year. I gritted my teeth and told myself I was doing the right thing, even if it meant tightening my own belt. But here's the kicker. Melissa didn't stay broke. About a year ago, she got a decent job, one with benefits and a salary that kept her from drowning in bills. I figured I'd help out for a little while longer, just until she got back on her feet. What I didn't expect was for her to show up at family dinners and talk about all the expensive things she was buying for herself. At first, I kept quiet. I told myself maybe she just needs to enjoy life a little bit after everything she's been through. But last week, she crossed the line. We were at my parents' house for dinner: me, Melissa, Ellie, our parents, and my Uncle Rob. Melissa casually mentioned that she wanted to buy a designer purse, not just any purse, one that cost over $500. "So, I'm helping you spend hundreds of dollars on this?" I asked, keeping my tone calm but firm. Her response? "Oh, don't be cheap, John." That comment was cheap, too. Something inside me snapped. 5 years of sacrifice, of giving up things I wanted so she could stay afloat, and I was cheap? I didn't immediately explode. I just sat back in my chair and looked around the table. Mom and Dad were pretending to find their mashed potatoes fascinating. Melissa looked smug, like she'd scored some kind of point. Uncle Rob was the only one who looked uncomfortable. Cheap, I finally said. You want to talk about cheap? Let's talk about how I pay your rent while you buy designer purses. Let's talk about how our parents refuse to lift a finger because they're enjoying their golden years, and I'm the idiot who has to clean up the mess. You know what, Melissa? I'm done. No more rent, no more groceries, no more bills for Ellie. You're on your own. The room fell silent. Then Uncle Rob leaned back in his chair and said, "Way to go, John. You don't owe anyone anything." I got up, grabbed my jacket, and headed for the door. Before I left, I turned back to Melissa. "And if you think this is just temporary anger, you're wrong. You'll be paying your own rent, your own bills, and your own groceries from now on. As for Ellie, I hope she grows up better than this, but she's not my daughter. That's up to you." I walked out. Uncle Rob followed me out, patting me on the back and muttering something about how he wished he'd said it himself. But as much as his support meant, I couldn't shake the anger. 5 years, and I was the bad guy. This was just the beginning. The fallout would come next, and it would be uglier than I had ever imagined. A week passed, and I didn't hear a word from Melissa. I wasn't expecting a thank you, but I thought there would be at least a blow-up text or a dramatic voicemail. Nothing. The silence unsettled me more than I cared to admit. Then, late one night, there was a knock at my door. When I opened it, I wasn't surprised to see my parents standing there, looking annoyed. I let them in, thinking this was the moment they'd come to lecture me about family responsibilities. "We need to talk about Melissa," Mom said, her voice sharp. "Do we?" I asked, leaning against the counter. "She's struggling, John," Dad added. "Ellie doesn't deserve to suffer because of your stubbornness. Don't punish the child." I laughed, but not because I found anything funny. "So, let me get this straight. You two who refuse to help her because you're too busy enjoying cruises and wine tastings want to guilt me into bailing her out again? Is that fair?" "That's not fair," Mom snapped. "We're retired. You're young and capable. She's your sister, and she's your daughter," I shot back. "Funny how that works." They didn't like that. The conversation spiraled into the same old routine. Family should always help family. I was heartless. Ellie was an innocent child. I listened for a while, then cut them off. "If you care so much, why don't you start paying her bills?" I asked. Mom scoffed. "We don't empower her like you do. She has to learn responsibility." "Exactly," I said. "And she's not going to learn as long as everyone keeps bailing her out." Dad gave me a look like I just kicked a puppy. "You're being cold, John. This isn't like you." "Maybe not," I said, walking to the door and holding it open. "But it's how I'll be from now on. Thanks for stopping by." They left, grumbling under their breath, but I felt good about standing my ground. At least I did until 2 days later when the real bombshell dropped. Melissa called me out of the blue, and I answered out of curiosity. "What do you want?" I asked. Her voice was strangely calm, almost cheerful. "I just wanted to let you know that I'm moving out of the apartment next month." I frowned. "Why? Can't you afford it without me?" "Oh, I can afford it," she said. "I just don't want to. I found something better." That threw me. "Better? You're moving to a nice place." "Not exactly," she replied, and there was something smug in her tone that made my teeth tingle. "I'm moving back in with Mom and Dad." That hit me like a punch in the gut. "What?" "Yeah, they offered," she said casually, like it was no big deal. "They said they didn't want Ellie to suffer because of your little tantrum. So I'm putting my stuff in storage and moving into the guest room." At first, I was too stunned to react. All I could picture was Melissa lounging around my parents' house, free of rent and responsibility, while they doted on her and made excuses for her behavior. "Oh, and one more thing," she added, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. "You might want to check your credit report. Just a heads up." My stomach sank. "What the hell does that mean?" She laughed. "You'll find out. Bye, Johnny." I hung up and immediately logged into my credit account. What I saw made my blood run cold. There was a new credit card account in my name with a balance that made my head spin. Thousands of dollars charged to stores I never shopped at, all opened in the last 6 months. Melissa had been using my information to fund her little shopping spree. That was when everything changed. Helping her was one thing. Being played for a fool was something else entirely. This wasn't just about cutting her off anymore. This was war. My hands shook as I stared at the screen. Thousands of dollars in debt, all in my name. Designer stores, electronics, even airline tickets, it was all there. Melissa had been living her little life of luxury on my dime, and I hadn't even noticed. I immediately called the credit card company to report the fraud, but the representative confirmed what I already suspected. The charges had been made using my information, name, address, social security number. It wasn't just fraud. It was identity theft. After the call, I sat in stunned silence. Melissa had crossed a line I didn't even know she was capable of. I thought about Ellie, how much I'd done for her, the sacrifices I'd made to make sure she had everything she needed, and now her mother had turned around and done this. I had to calm down before I did something stupid, so I called Uncle Rob. Uncle Rob was the only one at that family dinner who saw things for what they were. When I told him about the credit cards, he let out a low whistle. "This is the next level of crap, Johnny," he said. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know," I admitted. "If I press charges, Ellie gets caught in the middle. But if I don't, Melissa gets away with it." "Look, you're my nephew, so I'll support you either way," Rob said. "But you need to think this through. She's not going to stop unless someone makes her." He was right. I didn't want to hurt Ellie, but I couldn't let Melissa walk all over me. It wasn't just the money. It was the principle. The next day, I began to put my plan together. First, I called a lawyer. I needed to know my rights and what my options were. Melissa had made a huge mistake using my name and not bothering to cover her tracks. Every charge led right back to her. The attorney confirmed that I had a strong case for pressing charges, but he also suggested something I hadn't thought of: negotiating with her before going to the authorities. Sometimes the threat of legal action is enough to get people to do the right thing, he said. I wasn't sure Melissa was capable of doing the right thing, but I agreed to give it a try. I called her that evening. She picked up on the second ring, probably expecting another argument. "Hey, Johnny," she said cautiously. "What's up?" "Cut the crap, Melissa," I said. "I know about the credit cards." There was a long pause, then a nervous laugh. "What are you talking about?" "Don't play dumb," I snapped. "I already reported the fraud and I have a lawyer. You used my information to open these accounts, and every single charge is tied to your name." Her tone changed immediately. "Johnny, look, it's not what you think. I was going to pay it back. Things got tight, and save it," I said. "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to pay back every cent of that debt. If you don't, I'm going to press charges and you can explain yourself to a judge. Your choice." "Johnny, please," she pleaded. "Ellie, don't drag her into this," I said. "She's the only reason I'm even giving you this chance." I hung up, hoping she'd take me seriously, but I knew Melissa too well. She wasn't the type to accept consequences without a fight. The next move was mine, and I was ready for whatever came next. I didn't expect Melissa to take me seriously, so when I got a call a week later from my credit card company saying the accounts had been paid in full, I was surprised. Relieved, sure, but surprised. Then I got the full story, and the relief didn't last long. Apparently, Melissa had gone crawling back to our parents for the money. They had fronted her the cash to pay off the cards, draining the vacation fund they'd been saving for a winter trip to the Caribbean. When I heard about it, I laughed. Not because it was funny, but because the whole situation was so absurd that it was either laugh or scream. A day later, my phone rang. It was Mom. I thought maybe she was calling to tell me everything was settled, but I should have known better. "Are you happy now?" she asked as soon as I picked up. "Excuse me? You ruined everything," she snapped. "We had to give Melissa the money we were saving for our trip, and now we're stuck here for the winter because of you." I took a deep breath. "Let me get this straight. I ruined everything? Not Melissa, who committed identity theft and put me thousands of dollars in debt. Not you and Dad, who refused to help her for years and dumped it all on me. No, it's my fault. You didn't have to threaten her like that," Mom shot back. You could have worked it out as a family. We tried, remember? For 5 years I was the one working things out, and look where it got me. You didn't have to get lawyers involved, John, she yelled. She's your sister, and I'm your son, I yelled back. Funny how that doesn't seem to matter when it comes to me, isn't it? She was silent for a moment, then said coldly, You're not the man I thought you were. Good, I said, because I'm finally the man I should have been all along. One who doesn't let his family walk all over him. The fallout was immediate. Mom and Dad were furious. Melissa played the victim, telling anyone who would listen that I had bullied her into paying back the money. Even Ellie was dragged into it, though I did my best to shield her from the drama. Uncle Rob, of course, had my back. Let them be mad, he said as I vented to him. You're the only one in the family with any sense. Let them stew. But it wasn't that easy. Family dinners were tense. Mom rarely spoke to me, and when she did, it was to make pointed comments about loyalty and forgiveness. Dad kept his distance, too, though he wasn't as vocal about it. And Melissa, she acted as if nothing had happened. She'd show up with Ellie, smiling and laughing like we were all one big happy family. But every now and then, I'd catch her giving me a look, cold, calculating, like she was already plotting her next move. The real kicker came when I heard from Ellie. She called me one night and asked if I could help her with a school project. I was happy to oblige, but as we talked, she hesitated and then said something that broke my heart. Uncle John, are you mad at me? No, honey, I said quickly. Why would you think that? Mom says you won't help us anymore because you're mad at her. But I haven't done anything wrong, have I? I felt a lump in my throat. No, Ellie, you didn't do anything wrong, and I'll always be here for you, no matter what. Okay, she said quietly. I hung up and sat there for a long time, staring at the wall. I didn't want to give in, and I couldn't. But then I realized that this wasn't just about me or Melissa anymore. There were deeper rifts in our family that I hadn't wanted to see before, and mending them, it wouldn't be easy, if it was even possible. The tension in the family only got worse after that. Every gathering became a battleground of passive-aggressive remarks and icy silences. Melissa continued to play the victim, leaning into her role as the poor single mom who had been unfairly punished. Mom and Dad weren't much better. Every time I saw them, they found a way to slip in some comment about family loyalty or how hard it was for them to see Melissa struggle. Never mind that her struggle was to move into their house, eat their food, and do little else. The breaking point came at Ellie's school play a few weeks later. Melissa had told me about it, and of course I showed up. I didn't want to punish Ellie for what her mother had done. She was on stage singing with her classmates, and I could see how proud she was when she spotted me in the crowd. After the performance, we all gathered in the school gym for refreshments. Ellie ran up to me, beaming, and I handed her a small bouquet of flowers I'd picked up along the way. Thanks, Uncle John, she said, giving me a big hug. Melissa appeared a moment later, her expression as sour as ever. Really, John? Flowers? Are you trying to buy her love now? I ignored her and turned back to Ellie. You did great up there, kid. I'm proud of you. Ellie smiled, but Melissa wasn't finished. She folded her arms and said loudly, You know, it's funny how you can afford flowers, but you couldn't find it in your heart to keep helping your family. A few heads turned, and I felt my face heat up. Are you really going to do this, Melissa? I said quietly. Why not? She shot back. You've already embarrassed me in front of everyone. Might as well make it a full set. I sighed and turned to leave, but her next words stopped me cold. Ellie deserves better, she said. She deserves an uncle who actually cares about her, not someone who uses her to make himself feel better. I turned, my voice low but firm. You don't get to play that card, Melissa. Not after what you've done. And I'm not going to stand here while you try to turn Ellie against me. She's not stupid. One day, she'll see the truth. I left after that, not trusting myself to say more. The fallout from that scene was immediate. Mom called me the next morning, furious. How could you humiliate your sister like that? At Ellie's recital of all places. Did she tell you what she said to me? I asked. It doesn't matter, Mom snapped. You're supposed to be the bigger person. I've been the bigger person for 5 years, I said. And where has it gotten me? Nowhere. Well, you've made your point, she said coldly. You can stop punishing her now. This isn't punishment, I said. It's consequences. Maybe if you and Dad had taught her that when we were kids, we wouldn't be in this mess. She hung up, and I didn't hear from her again for days. Then, a week later, the unexpected happened. Ellie showed up at my door. When I opened it, she was standing there with a backpack slung over her shoulder and tears in her eyes. Mom told me I can't call you anymore, she said softly. But I don't want to stop seeing you. My heart broke again. I knelt down and hugged her tightly. You're always welcome here, Ellie. Always. I don't want to go back, she whispered. I froze. What do you mean? I hate it there, she said. Mom and Grandma are always fighting, and they always talk about you. I just want to stay here with you. I had no idea what to say. I wasn't prepared for this, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to let Ellie get caught in the crossfire any more than she already had. Come inside, I said quietly. We'll figure this out. And just like that, everything changed. Ellie sat on my couch, clutching a cup of hot cocoa I had made for her, looking smaller than I'd ever seen her. She'd always been such a bright, confident child, but tonight, she seemed lost. I knew it wasn't just the fighting at home. It was years of being stuck between adults who should have been better. We talked for a long time, just the two of us. I asked her about school, her friends, and her favorite books, trying to make her feel comfortable. Eventually, she opened up about what was really bothering her. Why does everyone fight so much? She asked, quietly. Why can't we all just get along? I took a deep breath, not sure how to explain. Sometimes adults make mistakes, I said. Big ones. And if we don't fix them, they can hurt the people around us. That's what happened to your mom and me. But none of this is your fault, Ellie. Do you understand that? She nodded but didn't look convinced. Mom says you hate us. I felt a sharp pain in my chest. I don't hate anyone, I said firmly. I love you, Ellie, and I want what's best for you. That's why I've had to make some hard decisions lately. It's not easy, but sometimes doing the right thing means not letting people take advantage of you, even if they're family. She stared into her cup, processing this. So you're not mad at me? I shook my head. Never. You're the best part of this family, and I want you to remember something, okay? When you grow up, you're going to have to make tough decisions, too. People may try to push you around or make you feel small, but you don't have to let them. You're strong, Ellie. Stronger than you know. And you can always stand up for yourself. She smiled a little at that, and I felt a flicker of hope. When it was time to take her home, she looked reluctant to leave, but I promised her we'd see each other again. No matter what your mother says, I'll always be here for you, I said. We pulled up to my parents' house, and as soon as we got out of the car, Melissa stormed out the door. What is she doing here? She demanded, glaring at me. Relax, I said. She just needed some space. We had a talk and I took her home. Melissa started to argue, but Ellie stepped forward and said, Mom, stop. I wanted to see Uncle John. That shut her up for once. She looked genuinely surprised. Before I left, I gave Ellie one more hug. Remember what I said? I whispered. You're strong. She nodded, her face determined. In the months that followed, things didn't magically get better, but there was progress. Ellie began to stand up for herself more, even with Melissa. She insisted on calling me regularly, and Melissa finally gave up trying to stop her. As for me, I remained firm in my boundaries. My relationship with my parents remained strained, but I didn't regret my choices. I'd been the family doormat for too long, and I wasn't going back. The biggest surprise came from Uncle Rob. He reached out to Ellie directly, offering to help her with school projects and even taking her out for ice cream when things got rough at home. It wasn't the same as fixing everything, but it gave Ellie another safe place to go. I still saw her as often as I could, and each time I reminded her of the same thing. She was strong, she was smart, and she didn't need to be pushed around. Melissa never apologized, and I didn't expect her to. But I didn't need her to. In the end, I'd done what I had to do for myself and for Ellie, and that was enough. A few weeks after that night, Ellie sent me a hand-drawn card. Inside, it said, "Thank you for always believing in me. I'll always remember what you said. I'm strong." It wasn't much, but it reminded me that standing my ground had been worth it. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comment section. Thank you and see you in the next video.